A very good morning to the esteemed panelists, participants, and students present here. I would like to request the panelists to please come on the stage. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the National Entrepreneurship Summit 2025 being held as part of TradeWinds, the flagship international business conclave of IIFT Delhi. This year's theme, Driving India's Trade Transformation Through Global Turbulence, truly captures the essence of India's evolving economic journey, one marked by resilience, adaptability, and innovation. The National Entrepreneurship Summit is being jointly organized by the Industry Cell and the Entrepreneurship Cell of IIFT Delhi. Industry Cell, also known as iCell, strives to bridge the gap between academic learning and real-world business practice. Our mission is to create meaningful opportunities for professional growth and industry exposure. The Entrepreneurship Cell, also known as eCell, is driven by the vision of cultivating an entrepreneurial mindset among students. It acts as a platform that not only inspires but also empowers aspiring entrepreneurs to turn their ideas into impact. Together, these two cells embody the spirit of TradeWinds, a spirit that celebrates initiative, collaboration, and transformation. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to all our guests, speakers, students, and participants. We hope today's summit sparks meaningful discussions, inspires new ideas, and strengthens the entrepreneurial fabric that defines IIFT Delhi. Thank you.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists for today's discussion. First, please welcome Ms. Meghna Verma. Meghna is the founder of Growth Iris, a marketing and brand growth firm that helps startups accelerate their growth and build powerful brands in India. She's also a partner at eChai Ventures, India's leading startup community, connecting founders, investors, and enablers. Megha is a recognized startup ecosystem leader whose expertise spans digital marketing, corporate and government collaboration. She has worked with top institutions like Citibank, HSBC, Accenture, government bodies including NITI Aayog and the Ministry of Finance. Her impact has been recognized with multiple accolades, including the Bharat Jyoti Award and the Made in India Influencer Special Recognition Award. She is also a sought after mentor at leading institutions inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs. And I would like to present this welcoming bouquet to the ma'am. Next, we introduce Dr. Alok Pandey. He is a seasoned professional with over 15 years of experience in promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. He currently serves as the president of Kanpur Angels, an advisor at IDUP Lucknow, which is an autonomous body. Social Impact Assessor at STAN India, and he is also an independent director at ScaleQuest Private Limited with a PhD in corporate social responsibility and social entrepreneurship. Dr. Pandey has trained more than 6,000 students and mentored 1,200 entrepreneurs through various programs, including those at IIT Kanpur and STEP HPDI. He has established centers of excellence in chip design and quantum computing, and his record-breaking 11-hour marathon entrepreneurship workshop was recognized by the Limca Book of Records. Passionate about nurturing innovation, Dr. Pandey continues to empower startups and entrepreneurs across agritech, fintech, and health tech startups. I would like to now present him with a welcoming bouquet. And last, but certainly not the least, we have the distinct honor of welcoming our most distinguished guest, Dr. K.K. Tripathi, as a senior officer of the Indian Economic Service. He currently serves as a joint secretary in the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, NITI Aayog. Dr. Tripathi brings profound expertise in economic policy and governance, having held numerous prestigious roles, including economic advisor in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare Officer on special duty in the Ministry of Cooperation. With a PhD from IIT Delhi, his experience in high-level policy formulation, his perspective is invaluable for our discussion. So we are honored to have you as one of our panelists. And I would like to present you with the welcome.
Today, we are also thrilled to unveil Storypreneur 2025, the official entrepreneurship magazine of IIFT Delhi's ESET. This edition celebrates the spirit of innovation, resilience, and ambition that defines the entrepreneurs of tomorrow. Through Storypreneur 2025, we bring you the inspiring journeys of IIFT's very own student founders, Govind Singh Rathore, Zidan Rahman, Rajat Pattu, Abhishek Chaurasia, and Harish, individuals who turned ideas into impact and challenges into opportunities. From digital innovation to sustainable enterprises, each story echoes our theme from local vision to global impact. The magazine also features winning articles from a national writing competition, insightful takes on resilience, sustainability, and the future of entrepreneurship. So, without further ado, let's open the pages of Storypreneur 2025, a celebration of creativity, courage, and the entrepreneurial spirit.
Good morning, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the first segment of today's event, Vision, an exciting showcase of innovation, creativity, and entrepreneurship. Today, we have with us four exceptional teams
who have battled their way through multiple rounds to reach the final. Each of these teams represent the bright future of Indian entrepreneurship. Here is how the segment will go. Each team will have 5 minutes to present or pitch their idea, their vision, business model, and the value they aim to bring to the world. Following each pitch, there will be a 5 minute Q&A session where our distinguished panel of judges will test the scalability and the strength of their business model. Once all the teams are presented, the panel will decide which team emerges as the winner of the pitch in 2025. So we'll begin with the first team. Thank you. So the first team is Kelvin or Govind, and he will be presenting his idea. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello, hello. Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I am Govind Singh Rathod, and I am presenting my idea Shrami before you. The very simple definition of Shrami is that Shrami is the LinkedIn for blue collar and labor economy, bringing organization and opportunity to the fragmented market. Let me explain you what is Shrami and why I want to do Shrami. In India, there are over 64 million workers right now indulged in construction market. Construction market is the third largest market in India right now, which lies at $654 billion right now and is expected to grow to $1.75 trillion by 2030, as suggested by the data of NIFT. There are just 491,000 registered construction workers as of now, which leaves us with 60 million plus unregistered workers in India. 50% of this all laborers are underbanked. 90% are unorganized, and only 10% being organized. This leaves with a huge market gap in India. Let's understand the construction economy right now. In very simple terms, when a construction project comes, it goes to a constructor, a contractor. Contractor sends a truck to every chowks and chaurahas in India. In every chowk and chauraha, there are over 200 workers sitting. They desire for work. They want to get work and get paid. The payment they get is underpaid. This leaves us with a huge wage theft in India. In 2025, the Center for Indian Migrant Studies estimated wage theft loss of about 1,200 crores. It was just from the sample number of 3,345 returning migrant workers. This is a global problem right now, not only in India. 94% of dissolved sectors comes from the informal jobs, all out of which only 18% workers are insured. This is a huge point of concern because 11,600 accidents occurs every year in a construction site. $20 million skill gap is there. A person who is born, who goes into a brick picker, ends up being a mason towards the end of his career. The career growth is just of 50 rupees according to the minimum wage in India. It starts with 500 rupees for a brick picker and it ends with just 554 for a mason. It is the growth trajectory we are seeing right now, which is very less. This is a huge point of concern for us. Informality traps these workers in low skill jobs by limiting access to training. Here comes the Shrami, the solution. Shrami transforms this broken system with a single platform built on trust and opportunity. Our four pillars are to end the wage theft. We ensure fair pay through transparent platform managed digital payments. Secondly, we would be formalizing the workforce. We give every worker a digital identity and a verified work history. We provide safety net through micro insurances, which would be offered per project base. Then it would be enabling the career growth as we are tracking each and every work history of a person, of a labor, and we would be recording their work history, which would be providing them with a certified badge. And that badge would let them to have more growth opportunities. It is very simple for any worker to register to Shramik. They just need to register on Shramik. eKYC through UDI Aadhaar would be done within 30 seconds. And then our own homegrown agentic AI would be helping them to register to PM Vishwakarma ID, which will be enabling multiple opportunities for them, giving them access to the Pradhan Mantri Shram Yogi Manadhan Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, and Ayushman Bharat. This will be enabling a great opportunity for the workers. For the demand side, our contractor could register on our firm. They would be verifying their business, posting their works, and then we would be providing them with the list of workers through our database. The workers list would be enabling them to increase their productivity as a single worker would be working on their project throughout because all the workforce would be managed by a single platform and payment would be made through our own platform. Talking about my revenue streams, there would be three revenue streams. First one is platform fees. For each payment made through our app, there would be a transaction fee of 5 rupees only. And then there would be a subscription fees for people required for contractors requiring bulk hiring for a month. There would be a monthly or annual subscription fee. Then there would be marketplace commission. We would be partnering with Aditya Birla Grasim and Tata Steel to provide products and equipment and machineries to these all contractors. Through our financing partners, HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank, we would be providing working capital loans. And then comes the insurance, which is yet to be penetrated in the market. LIC and HDFC Life would be serving as the micro insurance partners for our firm. Then homeowner projects. The homeowners would be getting the enablement to access multiple number of contractors for which we would be charging commission for taking leads. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, Kovan, for your presentation. It was pretty precise, even though I see there was a cut short time over here. So you have explained that you're building a LinkedIn kind of platform to solve. So you've made your problem statement clear. And while in the mid, so what would be your marketing strategies around it?
Ma'am, the next point was just my marketing strategy. So first one would be to onboarding the workers. We would be using small mobile kiosks and we would be enabling Shrami Mitra in each and every rural area who would be onboarding workers. And then comes the demand side. For demand side, we would be partnering with the small hardware stores who have enablement to these all contractors. We would be giving some sort of commissions for those all hardware stores to bring that contractor networks to us. And then we would be driving our first transactions. And as the construction industry is highly unorganized, initially it would be through the offline mode. We need to go to the market, we need to visit each and every segment to grow into the digital. It will take time, but within 3 years, we are like projecting a revenue of 300 crores by digitizing this all unorganized sector.
Nice presentation. Yeah, you have actually used technology here, and you have a scope for replication, replicability, that relevance those are there. You yourself said that 90% are unorganized. There are also informal, these construction businesses are going on. I don't know. You may have got this some pilot to be done in this Delhi NCR, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai. But how you just said that you can also go venture into the rural areas? How will you do that? Because rural urban that continuum happen. That one part, the replicability part. I just want to.
Sir, so I said there are workers in the rural areas, but if you see the 5 major cities who are seeing the major construction growth, the Delhi NCR region, Mumbai metropolitan region, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Chennai, These cities have highest number of migrant workers. And these all migrant workers come from rural India, basically from Uttar Pradesh, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Odisha region. These all migrant workers move there. So we need to transform the rural area because their families live in the rural area, but they all have migrated to the urban areas, like these 5 cities. So this way, I want to bridge the gap between the urban platform and the rural area.
That's very interesting, Shami. iPhone. Another guy asking the iPhone and something. So first, in practice, what are your brand name? So that is resembling that what you want to establish, what you want to say. Two major questions of every startup whenever I'm in the panel. First, you need to understand your customer first. Are you supposing that every worker and every mazdoor who is studying in the Chora of the market is a tech savvy? He will be available to KYC, eKYC.
Sir, this is not an assumption, but majorly if we see the UPI penetration, it happens with all rural workers, and then the digital transformation through the rural region, the PWC has done. These are the proofs, these are the verifications that going to
Okay. So once the scalability is done for you, this is so that means I think some initiatives are better for that. Manrega is another thing where is it that we are doing the same thing. The person is coming and unloading in this panchayat and all that. So that time, basically the additional step, whenever you will work, I will try to integrate my opinion, my observations I had done before. But it is okay for the point of the relevancy, and this is a problem actually. So, but there is a lot of things that you need to add in this, and whenever you will work on the real.
You have captured this PM Vishwakarma also. I hope that you have gone to this Udyam portal. So that's why directly it is linked to the PM Vishwakarma portal. Skill gap is there, you have yourself said. Sir was just pointing out the award engineering. A lot of money is being invested, 78,000 crore this year's budget. 1,01,000 crore was spent during COVID year. So in that context, we just wanted to understand if some informalization of employment is going to happen at the rural areas. So how to replicate it? Like during COVID, some reverse migration happened. Ministry of Labor said that around 3.5 crore, laborers they actually was migrated. So in that context, when I am saying rural urban continuum, that program may happen. So I don't know how to capture. Basically, we can, since Alokji has already pointed out that scalability option is there. So we may think about expanding about it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Govind. Wish you the best.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gautam Agarwal, and I'm here with my teammates, Yashar Pathak and Amit Singh, to present our idea, Roof and Drive. Picture your daily drive through any Indian city, in jam-packed roads, wall crowded with ads, and still millions of impressions left untapped. But the out-of-house advertising agency comes with major two problems. Firstly, there are limited space, and there is rising cost of holding. And the second problem is that those are outdated formats and they are not sustainable and they can't capture a moving urban audience. And also, the small and medium brands can't afford to pay a price which the holdings are valued at. And in this space, it is where what comes in.
Our solution is simple yet powerful. Loop and drive. We turn ordinary cabs into digital ad displays, creating a network of mobile, hyperlocal, and data-driven advertising units. For brands and agencies, we offer measurable and targeted marketing campaigns where these companies can use different advertisements at different locations at the same time and test what fits their best and goes the best. We also offer the brands the opportunity to schedule their ads at any time of the day and in different areas in which they want to. So for drivers, we offer extra incentives and additional monthly income, which makes them our true partners. For cities, we offer a compact, sustainable displays with no plastic wastage. It's not just advertising; it's mobilizing. It's advertising with mobility. Now, let's dive deeper into the market opportunity that we have. The out-of-home advertising industry in India is currently worth around 11,000 crores, and the digital segment is of about 2,500 crores, which is about to grow to 5,000 crores by 2030, growing at 12% CAGR. Now, with 1.8 million taxis registered in India and about 4 million other commercial vehicles, the addressable market for mobile digital out-of-home advertising is massive and almost untouched.
Well, now as all the things are already mentioned by my teammates, let me give you an example. Like what actually happens when it comes to the traditional way of marketing. How do we do that? Mostly, we try to reach out to the ones who are carrying holdings or the places, and we eventually, ask them for money. Most of the things take place in credit, but how many of them are actually written? Not really. This is something which is mostly done by word of mouth. So I guess it is very important for us to have a very systematic, app-driven, automated model under which we can track what all are the issues which our particular advertiser is facing and what all are the areas that we need to impact. Coming to the market penetration, Ola's and Ubers are something which actually goes everywhere when it comes to a particular city. Pertaining, to the tier one cities at initial stage, I guess it would be very handy for local brands to enter the market and make an impact. Also, a side income for the ones who are driving the cabs will again give us an edge. Now, coming to our launch, at initial stage, we are again trying to target the tier one cities, precisely Delhi, Bombay, where the adaptability is a bit higher. And on the basis of that, we'll initially try to do is we'll collect the data. We'll see what are the areas where we can impact, what all are our products, and what is the diaspora that we are going to reach out to. Once done with that, we can try to work on initially less cost-based model, under which we'll try the drivers to get into our services and we pay them at initial stage without charging a lot from them. Once done with that, I guess expansion is something which we can look after post 1 year down the line. Coming to the risk and mitigations, a lot of regulations do come in place, but I guess when it comes to the commercial vehicles, this is something which is not an issue because all the commercial vehicles already carry a carriage. So they have, spaces where they want to carry goods and luggage and all. So I guess when it comes to an extra income, this is something which won't be an issue for them. Thank you.
Okay, so Gautam, Yash, and Hari, right? Congratulations. This is, the idea is very good. So, two questions I would like to ask. First would be the pricing model. How would you try to generate revenue out of it? And secondly, in terms of collaborations and partnership, what kind of collaboration and partnerships? What would be your strategies around it? And in terms of visibility, how would you penetrate in the market?
So coming to how we make the money, it is something which is totally based on we having partnerships with different brands. For example, all the hyper-local brands who don't have a lot of amounts to spend on holdings and all, and that was very static. Like who at these days stands in front of a poster and just reads out what's written on it. When it comes to particular Ubers and any other cars per se, we do have an eye on the same. So our revenue model would be the same, where we try to charge money from these hyper-local brands based on the advertising that we make, and eventually give the share out of the same to the driver. So you can please repeat the other question.
Which was in terms of collaboration and partnership, and how would you focus on the visibility in terms of market penetration?
Well, as already mentioned in the presentation, initially we do a market research, and for that we won't charge anything to the company. We need to see what all are the areas that are highly penetrated by the diaspora that we need to target, and eventually based on the same and the AI models, we try to target the cabs which are actually moving around in that area with the GPS tracker, and under which we'll be able to see that are they actually targeting the places where we want to reach? So I guess this is something which is quite handy when it comes to our particular device.
Apprehension. You have in your plan, 6-month plan. The second one is installation and cab fittings. You have to win the trust of the cab drivers or cab owners. So I don't know whether you were just trying to catch hold of this the platform facilitators of Ola or Uber, or you are actually going to convince the individual cab. That.
For the starting plan, what we have is we are thinking to go to local travel agencies and then convince them, and from then on, it's a word of mouth. If we get a quite bigger, then we can use our contacts to Uber and Ola and use their drivers network that they have already, and
Have to convince them because the positioning of your advertisement that matters here.
yes,
Like whether it's backside or on the top of the carrier, on the side of the carrier, where I don't know. No, he may have many questions, he may have many answers to it. You have to convince them.
so it is obviously it is going to be on the top of the cabs, and as we've seen, it is already being implemented in different kinds of different countries as this movement, and we've already seen it happening in India as well, where different companies offer different incentives to drivers and car owners to have these posters of their advertisements on their cars, and people are happy to do that, and we believe the kind of these LEDs that it will make the taxis more attractive, and I don't think there will be much of bigger problem in convincing the drivers because they'll be having an extra incentives as well. They'll be earning an extra as well. So, yes, sir.
That means price war will be happen. Price war will be happen. I think the one question has been answered already. That how will mention for local market already is quite this type of facility. My question is little different. I'm assuming that you are being an entrepreneur and you are investing your time, education, and everything in the market. You know very well that there will be no IP in this idea. Okay. So what will you do when a bigger giant and employer and entrepreneur will come and he will copy and burn the money in this market to capture this?
Well, as already mentioned about the initial data that we collect, I guess that is something which will eventually give us the edge in the mode. For example, we actually know what are the areas that we need to target. The intelligence that we carry for the initial six months or 1 year down the lane is something which I don't think so the competitor can buy because it is something which is based on time. We spent our time and money there, hence we are able to do so. And eventually, I guess it's about making better relations when it comes to the drivers. For example, any other industry per se carries a lot of different competitors. But the one who offers the best of best of the ideas and best of the features, is the one who's winning. So we try to work on the credibility when it comes to the cab drivers because they are the ones who we actually need to take care of the best stakeholders of ours.
Nice answer in every question. Great, I think you are.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you.
Please welcome the third team, Bright Ideas. Please give a huge round of applause to the session.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Utkarsh Jaiswal. I'm here to present my startup, the Fox Ventures, which is an edtech platform built for the MBA aspirants by the MBA aspirants. Every year, more than 3 lakh students appear for CAT, DAT, and MAT, chasing the same dream, getting admission into India's top B school. But here's the surprising part. Even after securing 99 percentile, many of them fail to convert their dream B school. Why? Because the real challenge lies and begins after the exam, which is in the GDPR rounds. Through our research,
we have identified three key pain points. People don't get personalized mentorship. In our batch itself, there are about 20 plus different kinds of fields that are present. There's a lack of strategy. Students don't know how to build their profile, write an SOP, or express their story confidently. And the third is the high cost of preparation. Most of the quality programs of the DPI program cost between 15,000 to 30,000, which is unaffordable for many talented students. We at the Fox Mentors have stepped in to solve these kind of problems. We connect aspirants with the mentors from various top B schools across India who have successfully cracked these exams themselves. These are the students who are actually studying in these B schools so that the aspirants can get a real and a fresher perspective as to what is actually going on inside the B school. Apart from this, these mentors provide one-on-one mentorship and GDPI training. The USP that we provide over here is we are the only platform in India that provides free one-on-one mentorship. We also provide multi-panel interviews, which not a lot of online edtech platforms provide, which provides a realistic scenario which the students face during the interviews. Apart from this, we also provide future mentoring opportunities for the converts. To say that in a simpler terms, the students that we enroll in our GDPI courses become the mentors from the next season onwards, so that they can guide the newer aspirants. And this creates a sustainable ecosystem so that we can keep our costs low. The unfair advantage is also an unfair advantage for us. We have an access to a wide mentor pool, so that because we are adding mentors at every stage of GDPI cycle, due to which we are able to have a minimal cost on mentee, and we can also provide insights from the students which are actually on the campus. We work on two segments, which is B2B and B2C. Our customer segments are MBA aspirants, the students who are applying to foreign universities, and our B2B model includes coaching centers who are seeking students in a bulk segment. We provide them with students in bulk, and in return, we are able to generate and negotiate discounts for their test series and their coachings, so that we can help the students in a much better way, things that we are not providing. And we are also seeking a supplementary GDPI preparation with the B schools, so that we can conduct workshops, and that can also be a significant source of revenue for us in the future. So the key metrics for us is that number of one-on-one mentorships made annually. We have reached 1,000 plus mentorship sessions. We have held almost 1,000 plus students with the mentorship sessions. Apart from this, we have helped 150 plus students get into the top three schools that the calls that they had. And we have also made B2B partnerships with various coachings across India, such as Time, Faku, CL, IMS, and NODA. We have generated a revenue of 7.83 lakhs, which is pre-registration revenue at this point of time. And this core team that we have is all top B schools across India. We recently had a lot of students turn mentor as well. And we had mainly three courses in the B2B segment, which is Crack GDPI, Ace GDPI, and Master GDPI. The Crack GDPI costs about 3,499, and Ace GDPI costs about 6,749, and the Master GDPI costs about 9,999. For the B2B segment, at this point of time, we are earning only through the commissions per course sold with the coaching partners. We are planning to add more diversity to this the course structure that we have. We are planning to help different segments such as engineering students, students applying for foreign universities, and also the government sector as well. Apart from this, thank you.
Okay, sure. Utkarsh, wonderful presentation, well timed. So that's very important while we make a presentation. I have a couple of questions actually. Make me understand. First, I see the problem statement. Like you said, you're providing a solution for MBA aspirants by the MBA aspirants. So speaking of which, like those students all across the top B schools you're talking about, why would they participate, or what would be in store for them when it comes to mentor these kind of people? And secondly, I see this is a conventional based idea. This is something we have been hearing for a long time. So how would your service would stand out, and how are you planning to digitize that?
Okay, to answer this question, we have a rigorous intake for the mentors. We conduct a lot of test assessments for the mentors. So as to check if they have a money mindset or they have a genuine helping mindset. So we onboard only those mentors who can help the students without expecting any monetary benefit. That is how we are able to keep the one-on-one mentorships for free. Till now, we were able to have a team of about 40 plus mentors from all top schools across India, because we also understand that not every mentor can be available at every point of time due to the rigorous schedules that they have at MBA schools. And the monetary payment that we made to these mentors is only through the GDPI model at this point of time. But we are also planning to add the SIP courses and the placement preparation courses, which would help them sustain and stay in this venture. And for the platform that we have already collaborated with a app and an LMS platform called Class Plus, through which we have created an app through which we would be providing our services, and we can standardize this platform.
Thank you so much. But one concern, how to monitor the quality part of this? Because you will be disseminating a lot of information and you want to expand also your horizon.
Initially, it was a problem for us. So how we worked upon this problem was that we standardized the model, because every individual has its own qualities and might not be able to deliver the same quality. So we standardized the training platform, so through which we conduct sessions for about 1 month before we can start off with the training sessions. And there are certain parameters on which a mentor has to deliver the guidance that it is giving to the student. For the feedback to the GDPI model, we have a template specifically on which we judge the candidate on 10 parameters, and we provide the mail feedback, not just in the interview, but it also comes to me, so that I can also monitor it by myself at this point of time, so that there's nothing goes wrong.
Great. And what is the scalability proposition? That means you are saying by me, but whenever you are saying by me, scalability is removed. Then so how can your plan start? Because what sort of data set is very small, and how many one-to-one on one mentor this has been done with
1,000 plus one-to-one.
And what span of time? What span of time?
We established on 12th of June, 2024.
Nice question. So, and have you filtered the data from which area you are getting the calls? That means the vendor data analysis. So, have you any idea about the data?
Yes. So we ask the candidates to fill a Google form before they go on for a one-on-one mentorship session. So we have the data about 18% of them come from Maharashtra, and 17.3% of them are from UP as well, and allied the Delhi NCR region. The third major traction that we are getting from is Madhya Pradesh, which stands for about 14%. And then we have delivered our mentorship services to students across India.
Okay, great. So I think B2B is a better thing for you. But because you are different, everyone is in a different position. You are doing that business, so we can't. I think this is not a race for you. But okay, so, happy for you.
Good luck, Utkarsh. Thank you.
Request team centers to be on the stage and then the dialogue. I use your applause for that.
Good morning, panelists. I am Manish Katte from Madhya Pradesh, and people from MP, especially Indore or Ratlam region, are known for their love for mathematics. We have them in almost every thing, whether it's a breakfast, dinner, or lunch. And whenever we go outside the street, you always carry your packets of namkeen with us. Because once we go outside the empty, it is impossible to find the authentic taste that we cannot find it anywhere. So this problem is not just limited to us, even the people from the other states, this is the same thing. So, good morning. Good morning, everyone. So, to elaborate on this issue, so especially people from South, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, snacks are not just part of our culture, it is about our identity. In festivals, in other marriage functions, and every other event, snacks are what we always crave for. So, coming to the main issue, in current situation, the people from South or people from North India also, when they travel to other cities, other places, they always face this issue that they don't feel the authenticity of an act in different cities. Let's say, for example, Chakli, Kotbali, all the traditional snacks are not as good as compared to our home food. So our idea begins here.
Presenting House of Snack, a digital first brand that's on a mission to make authentic Indian regional namkeens cool again. We partner directly with FSSAI licensed local manufacturers and wholesalers from Indore and Bikaner to Ahmedabad and Thrissur, bringing their age-old snack recipes into a clean, modern, premium packaging and taking them directly to your doorstep through quick commerce and e-commerce. Our idea is simple. Take the real taste of India, wrap it in modern convenience, and make it available on a platform that you already use every day. Blinkit, Zepto, Swiggy Instamart, Amazon, Flipkart, and Big Basket. Our target audience is clear. First, the state diaspora living in tier 1 cities, craving the flavors of their hometown. And second, urban millennials and Gen Z who want cleaner, portion control, and aspirational Indian snacks. We launch in two cities, Delhi NCR and Mumbai, with 20 to 25 SKUs. Our hero products, the Ratlami Save, Bikaneri Bhujia, Khakra, Bakarwadi, Kodu Vole, and banana chips, each tell the story of their home state through flavor. And here's what makes our model powerful. It's 100% asset light. No factories, no retail stores, just strong sourcing, smart packaging, and sharp brand. Our strategy evolution goes through this. For the first 6 months, we bulk source from these manufacturers, repack and distribute. For the next 6 months, we act as a private labeler, labeling firm, branding, and then signing MOUs with our top performers. In year two, we expand to other cities like Bengaluru, Pune, and Hyderabad. And in year three, we export to NRI markets, especially UK, US, and Middle East. And as you can see financially, we are built for scale. Our fixed cost stays lean at around 40 to 40, 55 lakhs annually. The working cost is 20 to 25 lakhs per month. And even after the platform commissions, which is 50 to 20% on quick commerce and 12 to 18% on e-commerce, we still maintain a solid 18 to 20% contribution margin per pack. So that means at around 7,000 best case to 12,000 packs worst case, we hit the break even. And every pack beyond that is pure growth. Over to Neil.
So, coming to the key idea of the concept. So, we are basically following the hub and spoke model, which is very asset-like model. We are not, we don't have to invest much. But the main thing of our hello, am I audible? So the main thing is authenticity. So we will be sourcing the best quality product from the best authentic FSSI uh, licensed manufacturers from various states, as mentioned in the map. So firstly, from Rajasthan, Bikaner Namkeen industry, followed by Indore, Ratlami, Save, Pakistan market, the Bangalore scam market, all the way up to Kerala. So why we are doing this? So there's a question: what is best to have a best authentic snack? It is from the source. So providing that source to the people
who are living in away from their home in this tier one city, following their career, pursuing their job. They these are the main target for us. And there is also one more opportunity, that is urban millennials who are shifting to healthy snacking. It is currently trending among urban millennials and Gen Z who prefer healthy snacks compared to the other maize and other packed namkeens. So targeting these people is our main idea. And the supply chain model, as clearly mentioned earlier, it will burn procurement from the source and coming to the hubs where we do our packing and labeling, and outbound will be through e-commerce and quick commerce.
So our final product mock-up and prototype will look like this. And for the financials, we have calculated that we would be needing 50 lakhs in seed funding to support our first 6 months pilot project. And the breakup of that is also mentioned in the sheets. So thank you very much.
Okay, questions. The team, Manish, Neeraj, and Gaurav, right? Okay. What? Thank you for the presentation. Well timed. So India is a diverse country, and the theme of this year Conclave is around ESG, right? So first, make me understand how have you done your competition analysis for these services? And speaking about the cultural authenticity, bringing authenticity people. So let's say I am from Gujarat and I'm CR and I'm for some of the snacks, right? So how are you bridging this gap? How are people aware, what kind of gaps you have in plan to make that happen?
Thank you for your question. So, our idea was that the competitions that we have are currently very limited. So, Haldiram basically works on a physical model, and the snacks that it offers is limited to the northern region. So, what we as a House of Snacks brand did was we are digital first and asset light brand. We are covering pan India snacks. Just to give you a glimpse, we are envisioning that when you open a Blinkit page, it will land to our micro page of House of Snacks, in which different states will occur. And if you are a native of your state, you can select it, and it would be a portfolio of all the various snacks that you know and you crave. So that will lead to the state diasporas, that is massive state diaspora that is living in tier one and tier two cities that are not able to access those snacks. And mostly the snacks that we know are very popular, but they do not cover pan India. So, as my friend is from Karnataka, the snacks that he told, I didn't know any of them, but he craves for those snacks. And similarly, his diaspora living in tier one cities craves for those snacks. So, we are targeting the mindset of those snacks.
Bring you the snacks, by the way? Yeah? Okay, great. Oh, we have the snacks here. Wonderful.
We have sourced this directly from the Ahmedabad market, and my friend here who lives in Gujarat, I specifically asked him to bring that because I
Okay.
can't find this authenticity anywhere. So
All
just we are trying to
right.
bring.
See, I asked for. I like this presentation. Wonderful. Good job.
You are connecting, the states. But one, question. You will source, supposing the snacks from somewhere, and you'll get it to your warehouse, and then you will package or repackage.
Yes.
So what kind of, that cleanliness or hygienic practices that you will follow? Because you have to also go to PSI and other, quality institutions to get certification done.
Uh, Thank you, sir. So, sir, it's a two-step mechanism. First, we have identified the manufacturers who are themselves FSSAI certified. So that is step one. Then, when we source it and bring it to our warehouses, we also have included the cost for a sourcing inspector, who will do the quality assurance on that. So it follows a two-step mechanism, and to further foolproof it, with nitrogen packet such that the quality maintains intact. So that is how we are using it.
But they have some expiry, right?
Yes.
So how will you manage that? Because you will source, then you will
Yeah, the shell
keep,
life.
keep them in your warehouses, then you repack it, you relabel it. So label has to actually, say, as far as the packaging labeling act, we have an act, isn't it? Find out the market and we could use channels. Then there are Fab India, some FPOs, Seva, and we could have some kind of e-commerce portal for artisans. Then we have Organic India brand, and then some kind of community-owned kind of crafts. Those we can also sell in the international market, provided we actually follow all those international norms. Thank you so much. This is my preliminary.
Yeah, of course, of course. Wonderful insights. Alok, you want to add something to it?
I think so is a better perception for the using the NPIO and all that. My perception every time, whenever I speak and whenever so I think about it, in the perception of the entrepreneur and the students. Always I will be and I be entrepreneur always time whenever I be with you. The problem is that because I'm a student of VUCA world, it is a V for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So whenever this is happening today, but we were presuming and we were working on that time being an entrepreneur, that it is not that the turbulence is today is in this. In a few years back, the whole world was tragic for the COVID-19. So our Indian economy that time, was not surviving and was stuck. Before this, I think when I was a student, 2007 around, it was a huge crash, economical crash, jobs were finished, and no one person will be hired that time. Always we will standing for inclusivity. That means whenever any industry, any person is spending our basic market, local market. So we are very blessed that we are starting from the basic market, which is called the MSMEs, SMEs, and these are the backbones for our economy. So basically, this is in our inherent culture. ESG is in our inherent culture. In the rural areas, you are thinking that don't waste it, reuse it. So after all, so we can more relate the things that are being right now in the globally. But actually, if you are reminded, you are learning from your people. ESG always is in our inherent quality, but now the time to show it globally. So thank you for this.
Wow, wonderful. Great to hear from Mr. KK and Alok as well. So I was talking about the global turbulence, right? So this year, your annual international business conflict topic is what we call it, driving India's trade transformation through global turbulence, right? I think it could not be more timely because currently, with the fast-pacing changing world, entrepreneurship is playing a crucial role in terms of like navigating through challenges, identifying opportunity, and shaping the future of business and trade in India. So speaking of ESG first, any startup or business, once we get into the real work, in the real world itself, it's very important to align the sustainability and the inclusivity part. Now I'll explain what is it, right? So you need to understand while we build a business or we build a product, service, anything, it is very crucial to align the purpose and the profitability, right? Because like we are discussing about the global trend has been changing. So now, if you look at the investors or international companies or the collaborators and the regulators, they are heavily demanding to work with companies and to suppliers who are keeping the compliances and keeping the ethics, the compliances, the transparency. So basically, if they are socially responsible and environmentally responsible, like if you're building a product you have to make sure that it aligns the value. How do we do that? All right. So, first thing would be diversifying different voices and bringing it to the same table. That means uh, companies are supposed to and need to, involve women, youth, rural communities, like how Mr. KK Singh has stated, that we need to bring these grassroots players. And what really excites me, how these visionary entrepreneurs are taking local ideas and scaling it globally, right? And making business resilient. Uh, and of course, they stand out, especially time of uncertainty. Correct. So, Alok, giving on this thought, let's discuss how cross-sector collaborations would actually fetch this idea of growth.
I want to repeat your question, please.
The cross-sector collaborations, like in terms of collaborating with startup, government, rural community.
Exactly. I think government is working on it. For saying that just we are collaborating the NGOs and working on all that. This is not a very completely one-line answer. Cross sector, whenever you are finding the expertise from your organizations, government is seeking. Few days back, I was visiting with the speaker of the UP Assembly, Mr. Farid Mahamed, interviewing. He said the government can't work. Government can felicitate. That is the reason we are on the PPP model. Government can never work, government can't the business. That is the reason, because there's a several myth propaganda is being here. But the reason is we have to think rationalized. Cross sector, that means I will say that it is a partnership. I am the person मैं आपको आपके perspective से समझाता हूँ. You are the entrepreneur. A person is a good in the management, so he will collaborate with the technical manager. Who is the tech savvy? This is the cross sector, means the bigger impact will have been shown in the time. So this is the cross sector, because if you are doing the business and doing your business and the expertise is solely, it will never give us bigger results. So the thing is, SDG, the person, the SDG, Google is the company who is on the zero carbon emissions, because he is working all the things only on the solar panels. PepsiCo, this will be the same thing. So several CSR model is a propagating it. The vision of that, the government of India, that the company who is having here, who is following the ESG, we will participate on the basis of that. The cross sector, that means always the vision is the against him, just saying to us that the vision will be the unique and single, that we will have to achieve the things by ESG. The reason is the several companies, the auditing agencies, or the other several agencies that are bringing the such scenarios in the sea. How can you mitigate the carbon emission? I'm just giving an example. How can mitigate? How can we increase the recyclability? People ask from the board. So that means that we have to opt the habit of other persons, as you have to opt the expertise of other persons, other companies, because so this is the cross-sector thing. This is a little example, because I am trying to reach your set of level, because you don't have so much exposure in the national international market, but whenever you will go with this thing. So being an entrepreneur, don't think about it. We will have to strike for the today for the millions and the unicorn company. You will start from the step-by-step thing. That this is the thing where you have to accommodate and the things, but the way of this is. So whenever you are the cross sector companies and the agriculture and technology, there is an agri-tech. Perfect example. Food industry and technology, again, food tech. So this is the simple things, because there's no need to make it a more complex. The entrepreneur is the person who simplifies the things, because you don't need to have the PhD on this on the thesis. You will have to run the market segment, market impact. So whatever things whatever is available in the market, and it is supporting your financial goals, your different goals, whatever you have set in your mind and your projection. So simple things from my, I think, what do you, if you want to add more things?
Uh, from the government perspective, yeah, I can tell you. Yes, concerned about this. The thing is that we want a lot of entrepreneurship development from the grassroots. That's that's there, but it's not happening because we should not consider potential as performance. Potential performance, there is a gap. So in that gap, so we need to work. So I'll just give you an example that recently Prime Minister in a meeting instructed us to just draw a potential matrix for fisheries sector and how fishery cooperatives can actually revolutionize this sector. It's a blue ocean. A lot of opportunity is there. We have around 11,800 kilometer length coastline. We have a lot of inland water bodies. So our, if you go to the rural areas, rural panchayats, they are having a lot of water resources. Lot of water resources, water bodies, they are dying. They can be rejuvenated. There is also another, thing is brackish water culture. So then when we go to the evidence-based kind of analysis, we hardly had any data. So I was in touch with Secretary Fisheries, Secretary Cooperation, Secretary Commerce Ministry. So we had faced a lot of issues there, but we need to do some kind of planning exercise. When I went to this cooperation, how many cooperative societies are there? How many farmers, fishers, they are called fishers. So how many fisher men and fisher women are involved in these cooperatives? So I saw that it's alarming number. It's around 35 lakh fishers. They are involved in around 30,000 societies. Okay. A lot of investment is going on. But you see where exactly we are as far as the exports are concerned. So we have hardly less than 50 deep sea fishing vessels which are operating right now. They're just, catching the fish and coming back to landing centers. We don't have any substantial processing kind of activities at the landing center. The budding entrepreneurs they said about this hub and spoke model. So we need hub and spoke model also for this particular deep sea fishing. So that some motherboard would be there, some other small boats would actually take care of this marketing, processing, and international trade from the deep sea itself. So then there are other sectors also where the potential is there. I was just I'll tell you certain fruits, mango, banana, pineapple. So, the government tried through APIDA and, this NDDB's subsidiaries, they are knowing about Mother Dairy Supply Private Limited. So, they sourced mango from Odisha, but it got, it traded to different countries, some, Arab countries as well as to European Union. So, in Kerala, they have a lot of opportunities in spices, right? So they need to understand that I consider the farmers are entrepreneurs. Individual farmers are entrepreneurs. They have skills, though they are not educated like you, but they have skills. So we then when we actually mapped the global demand, we saw that horticulture fruits they have high demand. Why? Because we have agroclimatic advantage. And also some GI tags have already been given to them. Just like, for example, in case of Odisha, I can tell you that because of unique location of a particular district, the Kandama district, so the turmeric that is produced by the farmers, they have high curcumin percentage. So in that context, it can be utilized for medicinal purposes, not for consumption. So in that context, we need to actually capture that market. But who is going to help mentoring them, these people, and how to actually develop that market? Then handicrafts and artisanal goods. So it's a niche product, so it's a premium kind of market is there. So because it's also attached to our culture. You said just now, interstate kind of cultural gap. That gap, as far as snack is concerned, so you are meeting that gap. In that context, handicrafts and artisanal goods also can venture into international markets. A lot of SAG networks are there, so they can get benefited. That's why I can say that grassroots to global we can reach. Then dairy and processed foods. So not only Amul, there are many brands. Like if you go to Punjab, there is Verka brand. If you go to Odisha, Omped, Sudha in Bihar, Milma in Kerala, Nandini in Karnataka. So many brands are operating. They are providing livelihoods to millions of farmers. So in that context, if the brand is developed, brand is positioned, and then the international markets are accessed. I hope that that sectoral kind of benefit would be availed. Then organic cotton textiles, then natural fibers and bioplastics are also a lot of scopes in there. Thank you so much.
Mr. K.K. Tripathi has covered like most of it. So just to add to it, let's talk about the collaborative aspect. What is the importance of collaborations, right? When it comes to collaborations, first understand the benefit of it and understand why are we even in need of it. So you need to understand that while keeping in view the ESG standards, we also have to maintain the profitability and stay. How are we? Okay. So these kind of collaborations would come like if you collaborate with government, right? So what are we getting? Infrastructure and policy benefits, right? Corporates will give you scale and market access, correct? Collaboration with academia will give you innovations and research. When it comes about community collaboration, it's far most important because it's going to build the trust and authenticity, right? Like we said, have to take in consideration if we have to have an edge over other companies, because when people say, how are we going to stand out in this competitive edge, and especially if you have to scale globally in future, that's important. What the here was presenting the stats, right? So one major area which basically they addressed one major area which is bringing the local products, bringing local business and be able to scale it globally while keeping the authenticity. So I'm sure Mr. K.K. Tripathi would be definitely on board in terms of how are we mentoring and how are we these kind of grassroots piece. But to add to it, I think to build the authenticity and credibility, what is important is you have first digitize it. Because once you are given a digital platform, what will happen? Digital reach will increase, right? But the skill, when there's like high skill, that gives you definitely an edge. Then, of course, in terms of technology, the government needs to invest in technology, infrastructure, in making it diverse. And don't forget the social obligations, right? When I earlier spoke about diversifying the voices, there's another topic over here. How would, looking ahead to India, like 20 years, 30 years ahead, how would the inclusivity, innovation, and sustainability would look like? I think there will be a lot of women-led ventures, youth, rural community. So when we try to be inclusive, it brings a lot of these aspects on board. So that would be my point. Most of things have been covered. We still have time, right? How much time? 10 minutes. Since we have 10 minutes, let's make use of this 10 minutes. I see a bunch of future, visionary started on the way. Okay, so thoda sa try to talk a little bit about startup because we are like I'm from the startup industry as well. We have business leaders, we have entrepreneurs. So I'll move this discussion to my panelists. Have 2 to 3 minutes each to share it. So, what would be required to build a successful startup? What would be your advice to the early stage community, and how can they go about it?
So I will start a very first phenomena that is as I'm observing today. I can talk. The second I have done because the person has planned something. I think, and I inserted him. I inserted in the planning, and I moved the person there, and they all of the sleeping behind the chairs. That means that means कि because they are sitting, I think तो ये experience रहा होगा कि वो sitting में सबका fail हुआ. I think the several persons are speaking here. So I think this will be the because इसका means क्या हो मैं आप इसको लेवल्स ला रहा हूँ मैं कंप्लेन नहीं कर रहा हूँ उन पे फंडे वैसे भी है सबसे बड़ी बात तो फंडे है और फंडे को मैं भी हूँ और आप लोग भी यहाँ पर हो जो बच्चे नॉर्मल क्लासेस में नहीं आते हैं ठीक है एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात सिर्फ हिंदी में होती है हम लोग बोलते हैं इंडिया में तो फॉरन यहाँ पर नहीं है कि डेटा इज न्यू ब्लड डेटा समझते हैं ना तो डेटा चाहे वो फोन में हो चाहे वो मेरे बिजनेस के अकाउंट में हो डेटा इज न्यू ब्लड एंड गूगल इज न्यू गॉड जो कि चैट जीपीटी हो गया आज के टाइम पे इसका मतलब ये बहुत मजाक का नहीं था इसका मतलब ये था फैक्ट्स शुड बी प्रेजेंटेड इन द वेरी इंटरैक्टिव वे जिससे क्या है कि क्योंकि मुझे पता है मैं यूथ पर बहुत रहता हूँ मैंने ऐसे यूथ 30 से 6 घंटे मैंने आईटी में लिया और 6 घंटे में एक बंदा नहीं बोल जो है तो रीजन क्या है कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप विल नेवर लिव देयर ओन लाइफ entrepreneur will live the customer at target life. He or she will feel कि मेरा कस्टमर क्या फील करता है. He will see कि मेरी बात तो कस्टमर पे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा. You in the marketing part of it, whatever you content you creating, not for you, it's for your targeting customer. So whenever we will discussing, whenever we are presenting anything, तो मैंने भाई बोलता ये तो एटलीस्ट डेटा एनालिसिस मेरे पास नहीं आया कि ये बच्चे ऐसा करते होंगे या ऐसी चीजें होती होंगी तो मैं घुसा बीच में और उसका वो फेल जाता है ये बड़ा सीखने वाली चीज है मेरे लिए आज की डेट में आज भी सीख रहा हूँ 15 साल 20 साल से स्टेज पे हूँ आज भी सीख रहा हूँ कि डोंट एंटरवेन द कमेंट्स ऑफ द अदर जो आपके पार्टनर्स में होगी आपके टीम में होगी टीएल में होगी मेरे को यही सीखना है आप लोगों ने सीखा है लिटरली बता रहा हूँ ये कोई किसी कंप्लेन नहीं है दैट मींस ये प्लानिंग कुछ रहा होगा मैं तो और पीछे आता हूँ एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात करते हुए द एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इज टोटली इज नॉट अ सिलेबस इट नॉट अ कोर्स it is a behavioral acceptance that means मैं जैसे कि सर जिस पोस्ट पर है एडवाइजरी पोस्ट पर सर आपने हाँ if he will feel that he is advisory post then he will react like that उनके नाम से नहीं मैं जो पोस्ट acquire कर रहा हूँ मैं जो काम कर रहा हूँ it will be inherent should be there that's why I'm saying that the entrepreneurship is not a thing that I will make you learn I will tell you I will give you the information you will convert into the knowledge. Everything, whatever you are seeing in the reels, in the social media platforms, these are only the informations. They are not the knowledge. You will have to make it knowledge. That the question is how will you make it the knowledge? This is a rational thinking. What I'm saying is information. What I am saying, how is it relevant? How is it true in your perspective? It will be the knowledge. So never trust on such things जैसे कि मैं कुछ बोल रहा हूँ इस पर ट्रस्ट नहीं करना है यू विल हैव टू चेक योर ओन हिंदी में बोलते हैं कसौटी ओन पैरामीटर्स कि क्या ये मेरी रिलेवेंट है क्या क्योंकि हो सकता है कि आलोक पांडे ने वो वाले सिनेरियो देखे हो जो आपके सिनेरियो में नहीं है ऐसा नहीं है ऐसा जरूरी कि वो वाला पेन हम ही फील करें जो आप करके आए क्यों करो भाई अगर आपको चीज मिला हुआ है तो वहां से आगे देखो एटलीस्ट हम लोग सिंबॉलिक चीजें बताते हैं और एंटरप्रेन्योर क्या करता है उन सिंबॉलिक से अपनी स्टोरी करता है अपने बनाता है वो बनता है एंटरप्रेन्योर मैंने आपसे कहा ना सबसे मेरी रोज में बात हो रही थी प्रैक्टिस पे कि हम लोग किस किस लेवल पे टियर 1 पे भी काम किया टियर 2 पे भी काम किया टियर 3 पे काम किया टोटली चेंज माइंडसेट आप हर बच्चे से बात कर लो अलग और टियर 3 से ज्यादा बड़े बच्चे जो आते हैं क्योंकि वो खास लाइफ की तो वो क्योंकि क्या है इंडिया में अभी भी टियर 2 टियर 3 बहुत बड़ा मार्केट सेगमेंट है इसलिए वो बिजनेस बहुत काम करते हैं जहां पर मेरे पास मार्केट बहुत बड़ा है And always in the MBA, the 10% rule. If whatever you are telling me, I am telling you that it will convert only 10%. 50 लोगों पे बच्चे बैठे हो तो 5 बच्चों को समझ में आ रहा है जो एक्टिव है, ये ट्रूथ है। मार्केट में वही बात है, मार्केट में 10% कन्वर्जन होता है, आप 10 लाख इन्वेस्ट करते हो, वहां से आपका उतना जाएगा। So this is the thing. So entrepreneurship is only the thing that you learn that you learn from yourself. It's not about thinking I will make you learn in the classroom studies. Okay, thank you. Susan.
Yeah, I'll just start with taking a cue from what Dr. Alok and Megna ma'am have said regarding collaboration. Yesterday, PM has said 3 things, 3 C's: convergence, collaboration, and competition. Right? What Dr. Alok says about inclusivity, sustainability plus inclusivity will bring you competitive. Will make you competitive. So competitiveness will come from there. I will basically hop on, and I have jotted down some points regarding India 2047 and visions for making the entrepreneurs future ready to become a trade leader. The first thing, inclusive participation has to be there. So our business activity, the raw material, the input, output matrix, whatever you say, those should come itself. We have to empower our community. So who all are the community level entrepreneurs? We have around 91 lakh self-help groups, 12 crore members, women members, as Megna ma'am says, that women emancipation has to be there. Then there are around 80,000 FPOs, farmer producer organization, farmer producer companies, producer groups. There are 8.54 lakh cooperatives, right? So we need to actually think through how basically, inclusive of this packs and lamps. Lamps means large area multi-purpose societies. Why I am emphasizing on that? Because mostly those are in the tribal areas. So we have to these tribal people also by doing some kind of research, survey. What are the output they are producing so that it has instant market access. Right? So I just pointed out about minor forest produce MFPs. So we integrated into the global trade system, right? So I don't we ONDC, ODOP one district one, but for clusters, because this government is giving much importance on the export clusters. Also one of the components of our agriculture policy, right? Then green and ethical trade, that has to be there because it will impact market access to EU, market access to US, premium markets. So as you rightly pointed out regarding this turbulence happening because of the Trump 2.0 tariffs. So in that context, yes, we have to diversify our markets, and unless we are sensitized about that, we will not be. So this circular economy, traceability in supply chain, those should be taken care of. Regarding this ESG compliance and carbon credit kind of thing, I think that because a lot of studies they pointed out that agroforestry has a lot of potential in generating carbon credits. Maybe this is the future. Then decentralized value chains, it will impact our local resilience because we want some kind of resilient kind of economy, isn't it? Our entrepreneurs should be resilient, to withstand that kind of pressure from the turbulence. Then productivity and innovation capacity. As far as the innovation index is concerned, this country is lagging behind. We have to actually improve upon that, right? So this government is, trying to do this, but young mind like you, you should come forward. And I'm very happy that I can see that some kind of entrepreneurship that you have, brilliant ideas. So thanks, kudos to you. Then yes, trade diplomacy, that's happening right now, but because of various, as you rightly pointed out, some war, why in Middle East, why in Russia, Ukraine. So that's why this is, you know, a lot of FTAs are being planned. So India UK FTA has already been signed. Also, some kind of only signing will not do. Simply it has to be implemented. Right? Lot of you see that South-South cooperation has to be there. Then you know, finally, we should have resilient institutions, think tank like you. So you have to actually prepare some kind of policy notes, maybe since you are under this Ministry of Commerce, so you can pass on this through your publication or by just through your director to the concerned person in the ministry. Thank you so much.
Megha, I will interchange the for the last two questions. The roles of this. Okay, I will ask. Yeah, yeah, okay. No, but just मुझे सबसे क्वेश्चन लेना था. Actually, जो एक whenever you are discussing about the global turbulence, actually we are only disturbed with the USA only. So is it very true that is a globally disrupted or is the USA the turbulence?
In the that our supply chain has stopped because of Trump 2.0, and because of it's not diplomacy that is happening right now. So there is a turbulence. This is geopolitical kind of issues are there. It's not nothing related to economics.
Is it the right time to diversify our supply chain?
Yes, that is why you can see that this government to in this to different is to and we are finding a diversity market.
Because मैं जो क्वेश्चन है आपको और सपोर्ट करेगा although हम लोग कहते हैं कि इक्वलिटी जेंडर इक्वलिटी है सब कुछ ठीक है बट कहीं ना कहीं वो चीजें रिफ्लेक्ट होती हैं तो बीइंग अ वुमन एंड एंटरप्रेन्योर की वो 10 बार वर्ड आया वुमन एंटरप्रेन्योर तो यूजुअली मैंने कभी यूज नहीं किया वुमन एंटरप्रेन्योर बिकॉज एंटरप्रेन्योर है तो सेम रूल्स है सब कुछ और कुछ टैक्स लायबिलिटीज जो है वो हो जाती है बट मार्केट में जो कस्टमर है वो कभी मर्सी नहीं दिखाता है कि फाउंडर कौन है वो चाहे आलोक फाउंडर होंगे चाहे मेगा होंगे उनको उसका मतलब नहीं वो उसका प्रोडक्ट यू आर डिलीवरिंग उस पर है गवर्नमेंट कहती है कि वुमेन एंटरप्रेन्योर है बट कस्टमर कहते हैं एंटरप्रेन्योर ही प्रोडक्ट मुझे उस सबसे से प्लीज आप आंसर उसको
Yeah, so I'll come to that question, but before that, let me first answer the first topic that we threw in. So, welcome everyone. This is the last segment, and I would want really high energy in the crowd because we are the future of entrepreneurship, and at IIFT, I have huge expectations. All right. So, kick off this. We are here like in the midst of your National Entrepreneurship Summit, right? So, can you please raise hands how many entrepreneurs or startup enthusiasts we have here in the hall? Please raise hands. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So, to give you the brief about what are the core ingredients, what makes a startup successful, who is an entrepreneur, what makes an entrepreneur, these kind of insights would definitely, I think, give you a lot of help and ideas around how to go about it. So the first and foremost thing, what makes an entrepreneur is your drive, your ambition, and your high energy. Right? I've seen a lot of founders struggling with, they have their brilliant ideas, but some of them are struggling very much because they're not a marketer or maybe they're not a people person. So while I understand that ideas are great, being knowledgeable is great, you also need to develop certain kind of people skills, which is very important. Okay. The first step would be having the clarity of your product or services. So point number one is your ambition, drive, energy, non-negotiable. All right? Because when you stand in front of an investor, like you might have seen Shark Tank, all of you. So, I mean, People are not sleeping, people are not napping, people need energy. I don't care if you are been awake for 48 hours, 72 hours, no compromise done. So high energy, ambitious, if because as a founder, you are the leader, you are the face. There's no choice around it. All right. Second thing would be the clarity of your product or service. If you are here in front of me presenting, I need clarity about your product, about your services, everything A to Z. Your TAM should be done. Your competition analysis, your pricing, your revenue model, your current traction, your future projection. Everything has to be. You have to be investor ready, right? Third thing would definitely be the compliance part. Take care of all the licensing, compliance, all those kind of things. That's important. Next would be building your team. The kind of people you choose to work with defines and make the difference. It's everything. The co-founder you choose, the team you choose, whether they have a lot of experience or not, but they should share the same ethics, the same values. That goes a really long way. All right. Next would be building your process, of course, like your core operations, and try to include the sustainability practices and inclusivity into your core operations. All right. Process is everything. Your finance, your HR, your workflow, the structure of your team. Basically, you have to like structure it all well. These are the practical things which happens as a founder. You have to deal with all the things. The knowledge is very important. Then comes the funding part. Relationship is the game changer. And some of you are in the first year of the college, second year of the college, just started and about to end. You have to start building relationships from now. All right. No matter in what arena you are, attend events online, offline, be a part of events like this, meet mentors, and LinkedIn is a great platform. All right. So relationships goes a long way because these can be your future mentor, incubator, investors, or they can connect you to future leads. All right. And then comes to the personal branding part. How many of you are on LinkedIn? Raise hands. Amazing. Oh, it's like almost 100%. And how many of you are creating content? Okay, start building content. I know sometimes you feel why, but it's important because we have entered into creative economy. Gone are the times when people like to trust into brand. Now people like to connect with people. That's where you build the credibility, and that's where you build the value of it. Okay? So I think pretty much this is about the startup. It's an endless topic, my favorite topic. So we can go endlessly on that. Well, before we end, I'll just give answer to Alok's question about being a women founder. Yes, I'll be very honest. I'm allowed to be honest, right? Okay. So I think more than being a man or a woman, it's about the kind of skill you have. If you are a people person, if you have a skill, then you will always have the benefit. You will always have the advantage. As women founders, I would agree with Alok that yes, when it comes about deliverables, products, services, costing, pricing, we are all same. We sometimes have leverages. Maybe we don't have to stand in long queue. We will get the appointments pretty easily. Sometimes happens. So take leverage of that, girls. But besides, for a long term, it's your skill that matters, right? It's the kind of communication, people skill. If you and most important of everything, if you have an integrity, ethics, and strong intention, if you are doing anything in this world with the right intentions, the experienced people will catch that right away, and that goes a long way. So on that note, I think I'm going to conclude the discussion. It was wonderful to see such bright minds over here, and I would like to extend my thanks again to the eCell. My best wishes, the iCell, and of course for your magazine, eCell, iCell both. And I would love to meet you guys in future, to be in touch with you guys. And those of you, I'm sure we could not have the Q&A with you guys, but we can take some questions. Yeah, feel free, guys.
We always talk about
Presently, consider India is one of the most complex economies, and the problems that we face right now currently are very unique to ourselves. When we talk about them on a global scale, they could differ a lot. So, what are your views of the panel on when a brand needs to go from local to global? What are what about this particular challenge of our own challenges?
इससे आपके आंसर तीन पैनल एक्चुअली अभी जो हम लोग मैम मैंने क्वेश्चन पूछा था उसी के लिए एक सप्लीमेंट्री क्वेश्चन हो गया था लोकल लोकल टू लोकल टू ग्लोबल की जो हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं एक्चुअली अभी फर्स्ट मैंने बोला कि यू आर इन IIFT तो आपका जो लोकल मार्केट है वो आपने स्टडी किया तो वहाँ पर दो तरह के प्रोसेस होते हैं कि मैं उसको बताता हूँ वैसे कि हम लोग एक्सपोर्ट प्रॉब्लम जीरो में है तो वहाँ पर जब कोई भी ऐसे लोग बच्चे आते हैं कि आप ट्राइंग टू सेटअप बिजनेस की मुझे एक्सपोर्ट करना है पर अभी मुझे लोकल करना है तो फ्रॉम डे वन यू विल हैव टू फॉलो द कंप्लायंस एंड द गाइडलाइंस जो मैंने पैकेजिंग के बच्चे से बात करी वो इसलिए क्योंकि आने वाला टाइम कार्बन रेटिंग का टाइम है कार्बन क्रेडिट का टाइम है तो कार्बन परचेज कर रहे होंगे हो भी नहीं है बहुत से लोग का ऑर्डर रिजेक्ट हो जाते हैं क्योंकि वो कार्बन रेटिंग्स नहीं है कार्बन क्रेडिट्स नहीं है उनके पास तो प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि हम बिजनेस को दो बार नहीं बना सकते we will start the business from day one कि मुझे ग्लोबल ले जाना है मेरा विजन वही है और विल स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द लोकल उससे दो फायदे होते हैं लोकल मार्केट में आपका नीश क्रिएट हो जाता है वन कि आप उसी को पॉपुलराइज करते हो मेरी एसडीजी पैकेजिंग है कार्बन काम करते हैं ये होता है अब तो करते हो तो जैसे मेगा जानते हैं तो आपकी स्टोरी बहुत अच्छी आती है बिजनेस में मतलब यू इफ आई एम ट्रैवलिंग बाय माय फोर्ड इको स्पोर्ट तो मैं फोर्ड इको स्पोर्ट नहीं बेसिकली खरीदी मैंने एसयूवी खरीदी ब्रांड तो बाद में खरीदा ना मैंने तो हमारा भी मार्केट में तो इसलिए क्या है कि जब लोग बात करते हैं ग्लोबल की तो हम लोग मार्केट को ग्लोबल टोन पकड़ते हैं कि ग्लोबल में क्या बजवर्ड क्या क्रिएट हो रहा है तो मार्केटिंग इज लिटरली बहुत बड़ा गिमिक है बहुत बहुत ही बिल्कुल इतना ब्लंट बता रहे हैं जो कभी किसी फोरम पे नहीं बोला जाएगा लेकिन मुझे बहुत डिस्कशन हमारा रिकॉर्ड नहीं हो रहा है तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ इस बात को क्योंकि मेरे पास वो चांस है कि जहाँ मैं गवर्नमेंट को भी कहने की बात करता हूँ पॉलिसी में भी थोड़ा बहुत और मैं ग्रास रूट से डेटा भी लेके आता हूँ उनके लिए तो जब लोग ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड की बात कर रहे हैं तो सिंपल सी बात डे वन से यू विल अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर द पॉलिसीज सेइंग एंड व्हाट पॉइंट यू विल बी रिस्ट्रिक्टेड टू द एक्सपोर्ट तो फिर क्लोथिंग के स्टिचिंग करता है तो वहां पर क्या आता है कि तुम लोग कुर्ते बनते हैं ना फीमेल्स पहनती हैं और जापान में कोई ऑर्डर था तो वो एक कॉटन पे बनता है मैं एग्जाम्पल बता रहा हूँ कैसे कितना प्रेसिजन होता है वहां पर क्या होता है कि उसमें जो कढ़ाई बूटे होते हैं हमारे लखनऊ में चिकनकारी के बूटे होते हैं तो वहां बूटों के बीच सेंटीमीटर से मिलीमीटर से डिस्टेंस दी गई थी मिलीमीटर से जो ड्राइंग आती है और उसके बाद में जब वो क्यूसी पे गया तो शायद 1 मिलीमीटर का चेंजेस था उसके डिफरेंसेस प्रोजेक्ट हो गया तो जो प्रोडक्ट हम लोग बेच रहे हैं ऑडियो पे बेच रहे हैं एवरी टाइम एक्सेप्टेड है बट जो नॉर्म्स कंपनी ये दे रही है जो बायर दे रहा है मेरे को वो आज के हैबिट में करेंगे अरे चल जाएगा ये बता हम अपने जो भी मेरे एटिकेट्स थे या फिर जो मेरे नॉर्म्स थे उसे कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे ये मतलब बता रहा हूँ बिल्कुल वो मतलब डीप लर्निंग होगा कि जब वो मार्केट में फेस होता है गवर्नमेंट आपको देती है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पॉलिसीज में कि आपको इंटरेक्ट करा देगी यूपीआईटीएस हो गया हमारे यहाँ बायर्स आ गए अगर बायर से जब तुम डील करोगे तो गलती वन करोगे तब गवर्नमेंट बात नहीं कर रही है गवर्नमेंट आपको सिर्फ फ्रस्ट्रेट कर रही है एक्सिस बैंक में फ्रस्ट्रेट कर रही है कि आपको पैसा नहीं फंसेगा आपको डीजीएफटी है ये प्रॉब्लम है अब लगता है डीजीएफटी क्या है पता है तो हमें होना चाहिए पता नहीं मुझे लगता है यहाँ पर तो ये सब वो बॉडीज है जो आपको हेल्प करती है बट इन पर्सन यू विल हैव टू लर्न एंड अर्न
Yeah, I'll add a bit to it. You can sit. Okay. See, bridging the gap between Indian market and when you are scaling it to the global market, right? As I understand. So see, there will always be cultural differences, all right? And when you are ready enough to take your market globally, all right, you have to first read the international market. That what are the requirements, what are the compliances, and the most important part is understanding the customer. The needs of the customer. There's a common word called ICP. How many of you know what ICP is? Raise hands. Your MBA students. One. Why? Okay, what is the answer? Okay. Okay, very good. Can we clap for him? Very nice. Very nice. So ICP is called the ideal customer profile. That means we need to have this understanding that if you try to sell to everyone, you fail, and you fail terribly. All right, you need to be very specific about your customer, whether they are international customer or Indian customer, to understand their ethics, their values, their sentiments, and what are they attached to. और ICP कैसे wait करते हैं? One of the quickest way which I give you a hack, which I do for my company is, which will save a lot of time is, if I get a discovery call with a client, all right, it's a practical life example, to save time, and because I also have to direct, and it becomes very difficult to direct your team that ye hua, wo hua, and there's some point that are missed out, all right. So just send a form, you can make a Google form or whatever, and have the maximum kind of questions about the traction, future projections, what are the mistakes they are making, the kind of challenges they are facing, what are their marketing goals, what is the marketing budget, what is the traction they are creating, everything. The more you know your customer, all right, the more you are able to serve it well, and that's the entire game. Once you are able to satisfy your customer, that's when you are the winner. Whatever product you are building, if people are becoming your buyer and supplier, whether it's B2B, B2C, or whatever, right? That's where your success lies. So yes, two things. Number one, not losing the authenticity while taking your product or service globally, right? That's very important. Like if you're a local handicraft guy or anything, do not lose your authenticity, but at the same time, you also have to be competitive and be profitable. So what you have to do, you have to learn the technology part, get skilled in terms of global standards, and try to have collaborations in terms of international corporates. If you have access to the government, wonderful, or academia and communities. So there you will be have a lot of leverage in terms of let's say different kind of benefits that you can have, like I mentioned earlier about the policy structures and access to the market and scaling of the product. So that goes about it, right? So this will, I think, will have given your answer briefly, right? If you need more, we can take it offline, right? Later. Thank you. Okay, guys, in case there are more questions, please feel free to DM me on my LinkedIn, Megha Verma Growth Iris. Would love to address. And on that note, I would like to extend my thanks again. Brilliant people, I wish you all the best. We have a winner though. Yeah, we have a winner though, but for me, everyone is a winner who have just tried to be here. And all of you who are staying here on a Sunday morning, I understand. So we have a winner. Mr. KK Tripathi announced the winner.
Future Thinker Group. And congratulations to Future Thinker because you know the relevancy was there, the scalability was assessed by the panelists, and you know it was amazing. 8 out of 10. Then technology. Yes, you have taken the help of the technology, the existing technology, and also and you have defined your problem statement very well, cogently. Then sustainability was also there. So that's why congratulations to you.
So if you can get the momentum to the winning team. That brings us to the end of our truly insightful session. Today's discussion beautifully highlighted how entrepreneurship, community development, and cooperative models can work hand in hand to drive inclusive and sustainable growth, and how cross-sector collaboration is necessary to achieve India's dream of a self-reliant future. The enthusiasm we witnessed in the pitching contest reflects the spirit of innovation that powers our future. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed panelists for sharing their invaluable perspectives, and to all the participants for their energy and curiosity. As a small gesture of our appreciation, we would now like to present a token of gratitude to our esteemed panelists. We sincerely thank you for taking out your valuable time to guide us with your insights and experience. Your words have truly inspired and enriched today's discussion. With that, we conclude the session. Let's continue to collaborate, create, and contribute towards a more entrepreneurial and cooperative growth. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all our esteemed panelists, faculty members, seniors, and my fellow batchmates. A warm welcome to the National Operations Summit 2025, organized by Opsigma, the Operations and Supply Chain Club of IIFT Delhi, as part of our annual business conclave, TradeWinds. TradeWinds has over the years become one of IIFT's most prominent thought leadership platforms, bringing together industry experts, policymakers, and academicians to discuss contemporary challenges shaping the global business environment. The theme of TradeWinds 2025, Driving India's Trade Transformation Through Global Turbulence, perfectly captures the ongoing shifts in global supply chains, trade policies, and geopolitical frameworks influencing our economy today. At Opsigma, we believe that operations form the core of every successful enterprise, a philosophy inspired by Henry Ford's legacy. The club embodies the spirit of continuous improvement, innovation, and collaboration, bringing together students passionate about logistics, operations, and supply chain management. Through a blend of academic rigor and industry exposure, Opsigma provides a platform for students to explore evolving business challenges and emerging technologies shaping the global business scene. Our initiatives include the Lean Six Sigma Green Belt certification, Ops Magnum, or National Article Writing Competition, and Opulence, the annual club magazine that celebrates thought leadership and creativity. Beyond competitions, Opsigma actively bridges the gap between classroom learning and real-world practice. Through corporate interactions, knowledge sessions, and national level events like National Operations Summit, we strive to create learning ecosystem that nurtures analytical thinking and leadership. In a sense, Opsigma is a community of future operations leaders who aim to elevate processes, optimize systems, and drive India's trade transformation through excellence in execution.
Let us now turn to the most awaited part of this afternoon, welcoming our distinguished panelists who bring them years of rich experience and valuable perspective. Deepak sir is the director of Argan and Company. His journey is driving transformative growth at the intersection of retail, FMCG, and digital innovation. With 20 years of experience and an education from IIT Bombay and NCR, his journey is marked by remarkable achievements. He has consistently demonstrated an ability to turn complex challenges into profitable opportunities, such as leading an Australian retailer online groceries business from $400 million to $1 billion in revenue and spearheading supply chain automation for Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific partners as the head of supply chain digitalization. His part through senior leadership roles at major corporations like Coles and Reliance Retail showcases his versatile expertise. Deepak's career is a powerful blueprint of leveraging digital innovation to not only solve complex challenges but to fundamentally transform a company's bottom line. I sincerely thank him for obliging us by accepting to moderate today's panel discussion. So please accept a token of appreciation as a gesture of gratitude for serving us.
Mr. Aditya Vikram Kapoor is the head of international business at DTDC Express Limited. Aditya's first career is a compelling narrative of versatility and leadership across logistics and e-commerce. His journey is woven through India's digital commerce boom with key corporate roles at industry pioneers like Flipkart and Snapdeal. With a BBA from Jadavpur University and an MBA from IBS Hyderabad, he progressed into more senior positions, serving as an associate lead for cross-border operations and delivery. Now, as the head of international business at DTDC Express Limited, he holds end-to-end responsibility of driving scalable growth across the globe. Aditya's search career demonstrates a rare ability to not only navigate but also to lead and innovate across multiple industry shifts, making him a dynamic force in shaping the future of global commerce. Let's have a huge round of applause for Aditya. Please come forward. So coming to the next panelist, as the director of Career Global Supply Chain Center of Excellence, Ajay Sikka sir is the strategic mind behind the transformation of company's $13 billion global spend. He architected this critical function from ground up, pioneering a new operating model to centralize key processes and drive digital transformation. This achievement is built on a foundation of extensive experience at McKinsey and Company, where he led over 50 large-scale procurement and operations programs across more than 25 countries. Beyond corporate transformation, he is dedicated mentor and thought leader, having conducted over 100 capability building workshops and serving as a frequent guest faculty at premier business schools. With an MBA from MDI and a BTech from NIT Kurukshetra, his career is a testament to how visionary leaders can create robust, efficient, and global supply chain, build lasting organizational capabilities. Let's welcome Ajay sir with a huge round of applause. Next, we have with us Mrs. Somali Jaiswal Charan. She is the global procurement leader at Carrier HVAC. With an impressive 18-year career spanning the automotive, consumer durable, and consumer health industries, Somali ma'am has established herself as a versatile and impactful leader. In global procurement, her journey began with foundational roles at Tata Motors and Hero MotoCorp, leading to a successful 6-year tenure at Whirlpool Corporation, where she rose to the position of director. A recognized speaker and a sponsor for diversity, her leadership is defined by an innovative and strategic approach to sourcing. She now brings this wealth of experience to her role at Carrier, where she leads the key global team. As an engineering graduate with an MBA from IIM Lucknow, her journey showcases a rare ability to drive margin expansion and mitigate risk by seamlessly integrating deep technical knowledge and strategy. A huge round of applause for Somali ma'am. Next, we have Ms. Megha Pant. She currently serves as an Assistant General Manager of Sales and Operations at Orient Electric. In the complex world of supply chain management, Megha ma'am has carved a path defined by strategic foresight and operational excellence. Her journey from driving optimization at e-commerce giant Flipkart to her current role as Assistant General Manager of Sales and Operations Planning at Orient Electric is a testament to her ability to master intricate systems. She is an MBA from Amity University, Noida, and CSCP certified. She played a key role in leading and coordinating major projects and initiatives at Flipkart. She spearheaded reach expansion for first mile and last mile, launching next day delivery, orchestrated 50 billion day events, optimized network, enhanced productivity, and led the grocery planning. She led demand planning for Indian subcontinent and B2C businesses, having annual turnover of 1900 crores as a national planning manager for Signify as well. Now at Orient Electric, she is the strategic mind behind the sales and operations for multiple business units. Megha ma'am exemplifies the modern supply chain leader, a strategic thinker who brings clarity, precision, and data-driven order to complex operational challenges. A huge round of applause for Megha ma'am. We now come to the very special segment, the unveiling of Opulence, the annual magazine of Opsigma. Opulence is a reflection of the collective intellect, creativity, and passion of our members. Each edition captures the spirit of innovation, the challenges of modern supply chain, and the vision that drives India's operational transformation. This year's edition brings together insightful articles addressing the evolving realities of global logistics with respect to just-in-time manufacturing, cross-border e-commerce, and risk diversification. Through Opulence, we aim to celebrate ideas that inspire and redefine how we think about efficiency, agility, and resilience in business operations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in unveiling Opulence 2025 edition. With that, we move to the highlight of today's event, the panel discussion on repositioning inventory and logistic management strategies in tariff war. We look forward to an engaging and insightful dialogue with our distinguished panelists whose expertise will surely illuminate new perspectives for all of us. Thank you once again for being here and welcome to the National Operations Summit 2025.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We can do a bit better. Yeah, I know it's Sunday and after lunch. Okay. Let's try it once again. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Anyway, thanks for inviting us here. So it's been a pleasure to come to IIFT. So this is the second time I'm coming here, and it's always a pleasure and good to see the great minds here. So I think today's discussion, right? TradeWinds 2025, and I see you guys already have a magazine on it and a lot of articles in it. So you already have knowledge about it. So let's not make this just a one-sided discussion. Us panelists talking about it. So let's make it a discussion. So definitely, you guys, if you have any questions, having point of view also, please happy to share it with me. So we can have a more of a discussion rather than a lecture. We don't want it to be a regular lecture like you have Monday to Fridays, right? Okay. So that's just coming to the topic, right? So this is repositioning logistics and inventory strategies in tariff wars. Okay, so I think probably when you designed this topic and when you are publishing, you didn't know whether how bad it can be, right? And now every day we wake up and there is something happening. So even yesterday or day before yesterday, there's a new tariffs and everything. So I think it's a pretty good topic or pretty apt topic for today's discussion, right? Okay. So I think just a supply chain shock, right? This is not something new. So last 3 years, we have been seeing different supply chain shocks. It started with COVID, then the Red Sea, then the other container issues and everything. So this is happening, and now it's a tariff war, right? So it's happening. So it's about how do the companies can cope with that, how we can make it instead the profits we want, the companies can make the profits they have, and they can keep running the operation. And particularly for India, right? So India now, I think it's an interesting situation or an interesting position for India in a global trade which is repositioning. As a global trade is repositioning, and where does India fit? It's still finding its place in there. Where does it fit and how does it can grow in here? So there's a lot of government policies, right? There's a lot of push for manufacturing in India. There's a lot of Gati Shakti, NLP, and everything. This is God. There's a lot of push of improving India's logistics and supply chain. But again, there's a lot of these volatilities. And so, what the Indian companies can do about this, or how they can redefine themselves to fight this one. So, I think that's a more of a discussion today. It's just not about the tariff war. It's about how to deal with these shocks and the volatility of these supply chain shocks. So, I think that's why we have a very large panel with us who are dealing with these things day in and out. So, I think yeah, we will have that discussion. But as I said before, don't just be a listener in this conversation. You can participate in here. If you have a point of view, definitely yes. So probably I'll start with Ajay, right? So he has a lot of experience and everything. He's managing a $13 billion procurement and supply chain for Carrier. So how does the global manufacturer like Carrier adapting their supply chain strategy to manage this frequent tariff change? So again, you have an big operation in US, probably parts are coming from China, you are manufacturing somewhere else, then shipping to US. When there is no predictability, how are you actually managing it? So pretty much it's like the cost, the service, how do you balancing these across?
No, thank you. And thank you everyone for inviting me. So I'll actually go a step back into maybe 3 decades since I started working for corporate. So since 2000, like almost 2000, when I like joined my first company, Hero, and then I joined McKinsey after some point of time. So maybe the year of 2000 was everybody was going to China. Okay, can I buy stuff from China? It was simple one-way street. Everybody, I want to have the best cost to buy, so go to China. That was one-way street. There was geopolitics at that point of time as well. It's not that geopolitics is now. A lot of the companies, especially Japanese companies, Korean companies, they already started diversifying from Japan. So from China to say look at Vietnam, to look at Thailand, to look at Indonesia as well. So a lot to diversify to Southeast Asia. So that was the time in like year 2000 to 2010 when started with China as the best cost to buy, but like a lot of diversification happening in Southeast Asia. And I can give the example, like I was at McKinsey, we had our China sourcing center as the first one, but then after that we started having our sourcing hubs, low-cost sourcing hubs in Poland, in Mexico, in Brazil, in India as well, and in Southeast Asia as well. So that was a time when, like again, like that is when the term low-cost country sourcing evolved a lot, and then after low-cost country sourcing, we said, okay, we need China plus one strategy. So that is when companies were looking at Vietnam and all other countries. So that era actually pretty much worked for 10, 15 years, China, and then China plus one for a lot of the companies that I served at that point of time. Then since the Trump's first term, there was like no tariffs, but there was a lot of talk about tariffs, and at least the Chinese companies started diversifying a lot. So the Chinese companies set up their shops in different countries, like where say assembly was done in Mexico, while the components may still be coming from China and so on. So there was a lot of say diversification happening from that perspective. That was like maybe the year 2015 to 2020. Then we go into the COVID era. Okay, COVID era, almost all of us here would have seen that electronic component shortages and a lot of these shortages that were there. So that era told us that, okay, we need to know our value chain of components a bit better. Like earlier, if I was buying a motor, I would just go to my tier one supplier and say, okay, I need to buy my motor. But then COVID told us, okay, even if one component in the value chain gets stuck, I actually cannot manufacture my parts. And then people started looking at the full value chain. Okay, and that's where what told us that, okay, I'll give you real examples. At that point of time, I was buying some parts, and there were electronic components from like Texas Instruments, TI, and all that, which had like a 64-week, 84-week lead time. So like if like you have to wait for like more than a year to get components in the electronics. So that era told us that, okay, we need to know our value chain better and then control us. So again, I'm taking all these examples because this is the world we live in, and all of you are students of international trade. So like this is the our trade and our strategies has to evolve, taking in all these factors. Now, if I come now, like I think since October of last year, when Trump won the elections, like the companies already started preparing for it. Like they were like, I think Somalian team were working on all of Christmas to pre-buy a lot of the material we could buy before Trump finally takes the seat on January 20th. So like so much so that I don't know when Narendra Modi government took over, but I know when Trump took over. So okay, so then like a lot of the people actually spent like enormous nights to have as much inventory as possible before Trump's takeover. So they were like, so every day there were like milestones. Okay, January 20th is a milestone date. I need to have as much. March 1st, some tariffs come in place, so I need to have as much. April 1st, some tariffs, so I need to have as much as I can buy. Like many of you may have also heard that okay, like Apple shipped like 5 airplanes full of iPhones from India before actually the tariffs were going to come into place. So that's where it started. And today, this is like too dynamic, like it is changing every day, like the tariffs on one, then there are tariffs, there are country specific tariffs, and then there are product specific tariffs, like tariffs on raw materials, then electronics, pharma, like all different kind of tariffs. So some of the things that are actually happening real time, and the big thing I'll say, the big change that is happening historically as a supply chain, I would have thought of only I want to buy a component, what is the best cost, landed cost to buy. So that's what I would have thought. Now, looking at today, the big shift is I need to know that, okay, how do I configure my full value chain from sourcing to manufacturing, which gives me the best cost to to get my landed cost, considering tariff as well. Now some examples for that is, okay, like we talk a lot of word about tariff re-engineering now, like tariff engineering and tariff re-engineering. So like, okay, if we were buying a lot of stuff from China, now there are suppliers who have facilities in Vietnam, in Thailand, in China. So they are also adapting. Okay, Thailand has actually a say, or Vietnam has a better duty compared to US. So better I buy from a facility which is based out of Vietnam. So that's the simplest one. Then companies are adopting to say that okay, you have a certain amount of value addition requirement in a particular country. So how do I say do part of the say work here and then assemble it closer to US or in Mexico to avoid tariff? Like I had one supplier in India who supplies motors to US. So they supply motors, just the motors shell or a dumb motor to Mexico. They add a controller and assemble it there. So there becomes a significant value addition in Mexico, and then it gets shipped to US. So they are trying to navigate the basically tariffs by just like doing their full manufacturing plus supply chain planning as well. Like there was another example. I think this was a famous example from Delta Airlines, where they were buying airplanes in US from Airbus, and they said, okay, I would actually buy just the shell separately and engine separately and assemble those planes in US. So because like the engines were made in US, and by doing that, they were able to actually mitigate a lot of the tariffs on the airplanes that they were buying. Now, eventually that went into some litigation, and finally they had to pay something. But this is all the things that companies are doing today to essentially at how do I configure my full value chain of sourcing plus manufacturing combined to be able to optimize my overall landed cost considering the changing tariffs every day. Now, like the concept of landed cost has not changed, but it has become too dynamic and it is changing every day. So that's the reality we are living in.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you for the examples, and definitely love the term of tariff engineering. So how we are like people adapting. I think that shows the resilience of the flexibility. How you are responding to the new situation every. So how you can come up and go on the problems you have in there. Yeah, thank you. Aditya, just a question for you. Just as Ajay also said, right? Like Apple, just before the tariff, Apple shipped the 5 planes of iPhones to US. So I think largely play like DTDC, right? They are the front line for the global trade, and you have a lot of the international trade also in there. So how do you adapt to these sudden changes in the freight rates, tariff, and these are not even the product and the country specific. So it's pretty complex, I would think, when you are dealing with different countries shipping around the globe. So how do you DTDC you deal with that?
Yeah, I think. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think Deepak and Ajay, first of all, thank you for giving a lot of perspective to the entire tariff situation, and I hope we are talking interesting conversations and topics so that you guys are not falling off to sleep, because I know it's a lunch session. A friend of mine has already fallen off. So, but yeah, I'll quickly talk about from the supply chain side of, as a supply chain organization, what are we witnessing? Uh, so there are two clear call outs that we see. One is large corporations with global presence like Carrier, who have the capability to evolve, get that supply chain in place, and find their own ways and means of being able to, might be not exactly a workaround, but kind of tackle the tariffs that has suddenly come up. Like Ajay, you rightly mentioned that you kind of planned it, so there was a milestone in Feb and then milestone in March. So all of that was planned. But at the same time, from an India standpoint, and I'm talking about India outbound first, Deepak, there is a larger share of our economy which is the SME and the MSME, right? And I was very interested, and I was reading that part, which is primarily talking about the cross-border e-commerce. So if you look at the CAGR at which cross-border e-commerce from India is growing, it's actually at a higher CAGR compared to the formalized exports. If I were to talk about formalized, the typical commercial volumes that we move through ocean or air. So the pace at which that was growing, I would say roughly 47 to 50% of that business was US bound, right? And that has suddenly taken a major hit. The reason for that hit is that if I am an individual uh, exporter, or an MSME or an SME exporter, there was a certain use case because of which I used to get orders for my product, uh, maybe from the US. Let's talk for US now and come to the other countries as well. But that use case is completely out of the picture now, right? Because while yes, there will be certain commodities which we have here in India which will always have a demand. I'm typically talking about the handicraft commodity. I don't know if how many of you have been following. There's a initiative by the government called Karigar. So that's a platform being built by our government where they want to, push for the GI tag commodities which are predominantly India based, right? So there's a lot of handicraft commodities. So that business continues to see a fairly steady volume coming their way in spite of whatever has happened to tariff. But then there is a larger part which has taken a major hit, right? Now, while that happens, and I really like what Ajay did, he took you 3 decades back, and I would not go that back, but maybe 15, 17 years ago, Canada went through a same cycle. I don't know how many of you know, but like the way US had a de minimis of 800 USD, Canada today, as we speak, has a de minimis of 20 Canadian dollars. Right? If you transition that to Indian rupees, that comes to roughly around 1200 INR. Right? So, and predominantly by what am I trying to say when I say this is that anything that today goes into Canada is actually duty. And this happened. It was not like this always. So did we as industries here in India not adapt to that? We did, right? I mean, while of course I, with all credit to our government that they are definitely trying to talk to the Trump administration. I believe there were certain representatives here a week or two ago wherein they were trying to find out what would be the right way. But ladies and gentlemen, tariffs are here to stay. They are not going to go, right? I mean, so that's an acceptance that needs to come in. Now, what is important is that how, as a supply chain organization, we foresee this transitioning to. Of course, in the shorter term, there will be very dynamic situations. There will be extreme volatility. I don't know how many of you read the newspapers today. There is, I'm not going to name the organization, but it's a fairly large global supply chain based out of US. They are randomly declaring shipments which are coming in to the US from India as declared or lost because it's just the inability to clear the kind of backlog which has come up there. Is it going to stay like this all the time? No, it is not. It is going to ease out because what we need to understand is while the Trump administration did go ahead and implement the tariff, they too are not ready for it. Their infrastructure, their people are equally at, I would say, a loss in terms of understanding how to comprehend, how to decide what tariff needs to be placed. Because when you place a flat tariff, you also need to have the capability to be able to determine the value of the commodity which is entering your country, right? And a lot of the merchant exports which happen from India today, I'm talking about merchant exports and not the likes of carriers or large organizations, wherein there is a predetermined value which you can put into place. It is very difficult to determine a value, and hence the disparity that you will see a lot, and that kind of feedback you will see across various platforms if you follow social media. So that's the reality right now. What is going to play an important role in this becoming easier, or how can we as supply chain organizations make it easier for the merchant exporters or the non-merchant exporters, fairly medium scale exporters from the country, is being able to give them that visibility. So let's say what we did, and that's in a short span of time today. Today, there are companies who are shipping to the US, and they are being able to get an estimate on what the tariff would be. Right? So how does that help? And that's what actually Ajay was mentioning in a very intelligent point. That now it's not about the freight cost anymore. It's for us now having a conversation with our customer is not just conversing about what would be the freight component or the freight cost component of the entire value chain or the metrics or the unit economics of the cost of the product. It's about the end cost of the product now, because then now your US customers are looking at the total cost, right? So then they are incorporating the tariff bit, and then they see, okay, my landed cost is this. That's the term that you will hear a lot more. What's my landed cost now? So people are no more talking about freight costs and all of that. It's about the landed cost, and that's where we are trying to bring in various ways and means on how can we give them that predictability. That if I am able to give you that predictability, that this would be the tariff, an estimated landed cost. How can you start transitioning that into the value chain? That's one. Apart from this, over the last maybe 25 years, because as an organization, we are 35 years in the country and 25 years across the globe. This is rather a 25th year that we celebrate being present internationally. So what we are trying to also bring in as an input or as a value add to our customers is that because of the fact that we are present in countries like Dubai, in London, and Australia, Europe, what happens is that you will, if you've been reading a lot of papers, there are a lot of FTAs which are coming into play with these nations, right? And probably it's time, it's high time that we start looking at the market possibility in these countries too. While I understand that it is not going to happen overnight, it's going to take time. It's easier said than done, but then that's the truth. And maybe what Ajay was mentioning, that how China has been foreseeing things and being able to maybe remodel their supply chain, maybe relook at their production model, maybe relook at the market itself. I mean, if you read the papers maybe a week ago, they've removed tariffs for certain pharma products which were coming in to China from India, right? So that also gives you a certain sense that how now these parts of the world will start collaborating a lot more with each other from a trade perspective too. I fairly see a very high possibility, and I don't know. I would be happy if I'm right, maybe, and I'm sure it will happen within 2 years of time. That India might become the next transshipment hub, like the way Dubai has become today. I don't know how many of you get to go to Dubai. I'm sure the panel has, but the next time you do go and see how supply chain has become a very important fragment of the way the entire place operates, how they are becoming the next transshipment hub for Europe, for even US. So I foresee India becoming that. I don't know when for US, but for a lot of the other part of the world for sure. I'm very confident there. On the shorter run, yes, there is an impact. I'm not going to shy away from calling it out. And will we come out of it? Of course we will, because this is not something new. We've seen this earlier 15, 20 years ago. So yeah, that's my thought.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. As you said, the tariffs are going to stay, and we are going to keep seeing this volatility, right? So, Mali, this is a question for you. So, Ajay also said, and Ajay also mentioned that now you start looking at the full value chain rather than just the one part. So, are the things in the procurement strategies when you are doing the contracts and everything? What are the things you are keeping in mind when doing the new procurement system?
Thank you, Deepak, for the question. So I think I quote the total, like the evaluating the entire landed cost is total cost of ownership, right? And that goes just not beyond the cost of the material, but actually also from a warranty side point of it, and then including every cost and then making those best cost about it. I think beyond this is also very important is customer on-time deliveries, right? Because as supply chain, we lot of time overlook with respect to when is my customer going to get an order for what is placed that within organization. So if you see carrier in US, we have a lot of competition there, right? With Train, Johnson, maybe Linux. So they're like everybody has, and they do not have a very differentiated product, right? So it's very important that the customer gets the order on time, and for that, the cost is just a very minimalistic one, which evolves with respect to how do you design or reconfigure your value chain. But then, of course, with tariffs coming in, and then for me, tariffs has two portions. Right? One is from a manufacturing hub standpoint, right, where you evaluate your manufacturing capabilities. But then the second angle is also your technological capabilities, right? If you see India coming up, you see a lot of GCCs coming in, right? Because tariff at this point of time is touching base technical aspects or the delivery service aspects to a very minimalistic. It's just very recently that H-1B visas came in with $100,000 fee has to be paid. But then this is just one portion of it, and maybe in February 26, we are going to see a second wave of government. Right? But then still, any manufacturing company or any big service conglomerate has a presence in India. You see Ford. Ford has one of the biggest GCCs in India. Right? Shell has that. Right? Everybody out there understands the knowledge, the technical knowledge bank which the country has as in, and still it is still only affecting manufacturing. Right? And for US, of course, as carrier, we have been doing a lot of nearshoring. Right? For nearshoring carrier, or as US organization has always been evaluating Mexico, right? But then very eventually, when Trump came in second term, we came to understand that there are going to be also 25% tariffs coming. Right? And that is completely disrupted how carrier is going to make profits eventually. And then what? And then we know that this is going to be coming in very soon than later. Right? So what exactly now US as an organization is like in carrier or like a lot of US companies are doing it. They're even evaluating manufacturing in US, right? And to make the downstream dependent on say Taiwan, right, or maybe other Southeast Asian countries, Thailand, Indonesia, is just what Ajay just said, right? So at the same, so it's very important that organizations now need to work outside in. All these years we have been working inside out, right? Trying to see what benchmarks are available from competition, what is market there, right? Because a lot of things they market. Raw materials cost something is way beyond any organization. What you can influence is the non-market. And tariff is making the life more, I would say makes life more simpler, right? Because then you now know that which that one mantra of single sourcing is not going to work at all. Right? You need to diversify your supply base. You need to have ensuring. You have to have within country sourcing, and you also should have a diverse country sourcing in order to not go into the disruption. So Ajay was quoting the example of that electronics. I still remember I was in Whirlpool Corporation and we happened to procure PCBs from Jebel, and Jebel had close to a very big account with Whirlpool. And there was this one small chip which was from ST Micro. Okay, and I really went to the shop floor. I asked the person to break down that PCBA to me and show me that chip. You will not imagine that I was hardly able to hold that chip in my hand. That was so small, but that was disrupting the entire way how we plan our inventories, how do we do demand forecasting. And that point of time, we were thinking that the data analytics or that pipeline which we have put in is something which is helping us ensure that we have very good demand forecasting in Whirlpool, and that was making us be ready for the market. And so So that's how it's very important that in tariff war situation, you should have data. You should be able to count more upon analytics. You should also have that diverse supply base and the supplier contracts. Like for example, if one of our supplier operates out of China and we have a long-term contract with him, they know that the business is going to be growing say 30% year over year. We tell them to relocate to US, right? So that's how you help those. That's the power of supplier contracting, which makes them agile to help you mitigate costs of these like tariffs. So tariff for me is a catalyst to ensure that you have long-term, sustainable, stable supplier relationship. At the same time, it helps us see that what level of cross collaboration within the organization you can do, right? How fast you can work with your engineering to do alternate sourcing. So I think whole of it, it makes us better. It makes us more prepared, informed, but at the same time agile, and also do quick decisions. So
Thank you, Somali, and it's a nice perspective that it's good to have these tariffs and changing tariffs. So because it's now finally has pretty much forced us to adapt to it, and this is not only adapting to the tariffs but any other shock also. So, and our suppliers are ready, we are ready. It's pretty much so. I don't know how. It's like don't go and ask your professor to give you a very hard exam next time, because if you get a less marks, then you have to prepare better next year, for the next exam, right? But yeah, but definitely it has helped companies. They're out there looking the ways, because they don't know there's an uncertainty. So you have to prepare for the uncertainty. So you look into your internal process, like as Somali said, internal collaboration. How can you have that better? How can you have better collaboration with your suppliers? Okay. Now going to next, coming to right. So Megha, we heard few terms, right? Pre-buy and near-shoring and everything. So you have worked a lot on the SNOP side, demand and forecasting and everything. And I believe this tariff really shakes up everything. Whatever you plan, you try to plan the inventories with the big lead times for 6 months and everything, but suddenly everything changes. So how do you manage these things now with this volatility?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone. So thank you so much, Deepak, for the question. Definitely, things are very uncertain. So I'll take a simple example. One is, we have recently seen the COVID. We just passed from that phase. Then there were, Ukraine war. Then the issues with Palestine and the Iran. Then followed by, the new tariffs once it came up to the US presidency. So you have to accept that things are going to be uncertain. They have been uncertain and they are uncertain. And for that, here, what worked, they should. One which we did was, simplify or supply chain with the putting the secondly, hello. Secondly, focus on efficiency. So it's important that your people are doing day in, day out. They are too good at their work, but what really matters at the end of the day, supply chain is a cost driver. Up to efficient. All the aspects of supply. The third thing I see as IRA SNOP, you have to focus on a very effective collaboration when you are finalizing your demands with sales team or with the categories or with the geography, which lack a lot of organizations. Fourth thing, automation. Take advantage of the current AI ML kind of tools which are coming to the market analysis. So take leverage the current tools, the new, supply chain, optimization tools, etc. Take advantage of that. And apart from supply chain being a cost center, you also have to ensure that your supply chain is resilient. It's not for today, it's for future. So these are the things you need to do in the uncertainties, and that's how I feel you can navigate. Then I would like to talk about three aspects. One is sourcing, another is planning, and third is inventory management. How these three things can be done better, in today's scenario. So one thing which has come up recently, you have read that the government has initiated this electronic component manufacturing scheme, which means today China exports around 25% of China's export is electronics. The semiconductors, etc., etc., and they have monopoly here. So what this scheme is, they are encouraging the local manufacturing of electronic components, which means today, if you are buying these components from other countries and they are dependent on China, maybe in next 5 years, that will not be the case. We are going to have a very sophisticated manufacturing of these components. A lot of players are coming and taking and leveraging these kind of schemes that are coming by the government. So one is that. So when I talk about sourcing, it is very important, and this is what Orient or Philips did differently from others. Is they minimized their import, and they encouraged in-house production. They encouraged local production. You would be surprised that Philips Lighting produces 90% of their LED lighting in India, and they are not importing from China or Poland or any other country. So majority of their sourcing is local. So it is very important to de-risk your supply chain. You should leverage in-house production. Secondly, run a very effective SRM. We need to have, long-term strategic partners. We need to have effective SRM. We need to have multi-sourcing. Sourcing does not mean cost reduction. It means building a very resilient ecosystem where your business can sustain longer, and cost effectiveness is a part of it. I don't want to go to a small player or say I don't want to source one product from 6 vendors just because I want to de-risk my supply chain or I'm getting a better price. That should not be the sourcing strategy. You need to have strategic partners. You need to have long-term strategy. You need to run your SRM very effectively so that in the longer run, you see the benefit of cost, the benefit of service levels with your suppliers. That is very important. Another thing which you will see in last 6 months, commodity prices have increased a lot. So what you can do is you can do intelligent buying. You can do hedging, and wherever, you should be very aware of, what the market price is. You can block your commodities and take deliveries later. So those kind of strategic buying techniques should be, should be encouraged when you're buying commodity and when your product is dependent on commodity buying, right? And give a clear visibility to your suppliers. So just because you don't have clarity does not mean you will not give clarity to other person. Should not be. You should have that kind of relationship with your vendor where you are telling them where you want to go from next 2 to 3 years. How do you want to build capacities with them? Which geographies you want them to serve. Once they have clarity that this person is giving me a clarity that where do we want to run our business for next 3 to 5 years, they also see confident. They would like to invest on you. They would like to take you seriously. So it's very important that, you give clarity to your suppliers, these are the things which, Orient and, Signify did differently, if I compare to other organizations. And it actually helped them, leverage through the uncertainties which has come in last 3 to 5 years. Now, when I talk about demand planning, of course, demand is very uncertain. Nobody can predict the right demand at this scenario. Recently we had a bad monsoon season, and it affected, sales for almost all the companies, which was not anticipated. Last year was a good year because you just recovered from COVID and there was a good demand, everything was good. So we were anticipating, 8 to 9% of growth, which is a general, kind of growth we see in FMCG sector, but it didn't happen because of the poor monsoon. Now, no sophisticated tool or, can anybody predict that kind of demand? We already planned inventories based on our forecast, but it didn't work. So you have to accept this fact that your demand forecasting will never be accurate. It is going to give you a rough estimation. Now, based on that rough estimation, you have to define your supply chain strategy. But what you can do differently in demand planning is collaboration. When I say demand planning, there is statistical tool, you can use historical trend, and based on that arrive at your demand forecast. That is one way. But today, historical trend contributes to only 50% of your total demand forecasting. The rest 50% of your total demand forecasting is understanding the actual today scenarios, tariff scenarios, reduction in GST, monsoon, etc. So you have to be, very in and out, very interactive with your sales team. You should be very up to date with the market, what's happening in my market, what is happening with my product, whose are the new players coming in, what are the kind of regulations government is coming up with. So when you are aware of your market space and when you are aware of what's happening around you, you do a better demand forecasting. Your estimations will always be better. So as I said, historical trends will just give you, a mathematical average that, this is going to be my average demand. But, over and above, if you want to build anything, you need to collaborate better with your marketing team, with your product manager, with your sales team. That's very important. And you should also be very much updated about the market, what's happening in my market, what's happening in my geography. That's very important. Another thing which is very important in demand planning is running a very effective SNOP. When I say SNOP, it is sales and operational planning. I have said that, this is going to be my aspirational demand. How do you going to align the rest of the supply chain with that demand? Are we going to invest in having more manufacturing units? Are we going to, how many days of inventory I want to hold? What is going to be my sourcing strategy? All that is dependent on effective SNOP, sales and operational planning. So it's very important that you give 70% of your time in aligning your sales and operational planning before moving to an execution. Just a simple example, you said you are going to have a demand spike of 30%, and based on that you made your investment, you hired, you had more suppliers, you had another manufacturing unit as well. But what if that you did not achieve those demand numbers? Then definitely there is going to be underutilization of assets, which is going to affect again the cost. So it's better that you plan before in hand than having a poor execution. So that's why organizations nowadays are having a separate SNOP function where they are aligning their supply chain strategies well in advance before moving to an execution part. So effective collaboration, effective
people are implementing tariffs and whatever, because they are afraid of the capabilities that we've been able to build as a nation and what we can do here on. So all is not lost. There is a lot more to come. Volatile for short term, but I'm very sure, I'm 100% confident that we'll see this through in a much better way. Yeah, that's what I want.
Thank you. And thank you for making that. It's not bad. I think, again, as somebody said before, right? So tariffs are there, but I think it's forcing us to do better and finding the new ways. And I can tell you, like, even as a consulting company, right? Like now we are getting a lot of projects from Indian companies, manufacturers. So if you know something called OE, right? Overall equipment efficiency. So India's OE in general, on an average, sits around between 60 to 65%. And the world kind of would another western side and everything, it's about 75% or so. So there is a chance, but right now that was not the focus. The focus was growth. But now because of the tariffs and everything, there is a pressure on the margin. A lot of companies are looking into that. How can I go and achieve those 75-80% of efficiency? Because then you are increasing your throughput and your manufacturing cost is coming down. You don't have to put any new capex in there. You don't have to put any new machinery. So people are trying to find that. So that's again focus there. So I would like to stop here for some time and see. So first make sure that you guys are still not sleeping here and then you are awake. Any questions? Yes, please.
So see, you rightly said there is qualitative part of the data, there is quantitative part. To arrive at a right quantitative part, you have statistical tool, but statistical tool will only tell you about the trend, or what is the average sales look like. But there are certain, it also talks about seasonality as well. For example, in lighting, seasonality plays a very important role. There are Diwali sales, etc., etc. Also in e-commerce, we can see a good seasonality. So, a kind of seasonality, a kind of, what has been my past historicals of last 3 years, that you can get to, statistical tool. But that cannot, in today's scenario, your growth cannot be just a function of 8%, 9% on those historical years. It's different. Every year, new products are getting launched. A lot of entities are here. The weightage, how much weightage you want to give to your historical year? How much weightage you want to give your recent trends, your past 3 months history, or do you want to give more weightage to your last year history? So you have to keep a balance. You have to understand how my market is responding recently and give more weightage to the recent trends than the past trends in arriving at your focus. And at the same time, you have to be very on to date with what the market trend is. What are the kind of pricing schemes my competitors are going to for very big for the companies. So can you predict it through statistical tools? A lot of people who were well aware of such kind of announcement is going to come from the government. If there are some people who were aware of it, they would have planned their inventories accordingly, and they would have seen a spike in their demand. But there is people who are not aware of it, right? And
structure, your sales team, your understanding of market, and at the same time using recent history or past history or understanding the pattern of your sale, understanding the seasonality, and then when you collaborate all these things, then you arrive at your demand forecast.
The same situation we have faced 20 years ago in Canada. So every in a period of time there is an uncertainty, and if we predict that uncertainty and if we use into our demand, can we increase the accuracy?
We can do that. So if you think that your uncertainty is predictable, you can do that. So there are like outliers in your demand. I see outliers can be shortage of component, and that's why my sale didn't happen for a particular month or a particular quarter. That can be an outlier. That does not mean in the same quarter next year I will not have that sale. Or there can be another kind of outliers where your demand spiked by 2x because government gave some scheme, because you gave some pricing, discounting, etc. So there are always outliers in your demand. Now, how intelligently you want to use it and say that we are going to have same kind of, you can predict that if you can predict that same kind of uncertainty in same set of products, good enough, you can use it in your tool. But you need to understand that whether that uncertainty is going to repeat, am I able to predict it again? You have to take a wise call.
Thank you.
That is how actually sales and operations go hand in hand. Now, the similar situation is that if there is a product which is available, coming startups in quick commerce industry, like Blinkit and Sector, how do you expect that the traditional supply chain from the manufacturer, distributor, wholesaler, retailer is expected to shift? And what are the opportunities for new companies coming up in that specific area?
So, see, I have a very different take on Blinkit and Zepto. My take is that that's not a necessity at all, right? So we, like, in a country where the ambulance comes in 20 minutes, you are expecting a food delivery in 5 minutes, right? So I would say that's a demand which is like created to boost a particular business need, right? That's purely a business need, not really solving a problem which is available. Okay? But then what I was talking is not the customer on-time delivery is pertaining to not the time which is lost from a product to manufacture to get to the consumer. What am I talking is from a product, from your forecasting, right, and the planning, where you put your orders, purchase orders, to the time taken, which is lead time for suppliers, tier ones, to manufacture that part. Then eventually it's come to your factory. Then the lead time involved for consolidating all the different sub-assemblies and assemblies, and then you manufacture it. So in a typical, from the company which I come from, which is HVAC, a commercial product requires 8 weeks to 12 weeks, right? So that's the time we are talking, right? And the moment you are able to predict this on with respect to time, and you promise your customer that I'm going to deliver this in 12 weeks time, and not the 12-week, 1 week extra, that is going to be a game changer for any company like us, right? And by the distribution units, the hub consolidations, we are really optimizing everything there. But we are not seeing that, for example, if the demand changes, right? Because it's like the historic things are only 50% contribution, and those uncertainties are going to be there. Our ideal world is just in time, right? And I think no more it exists, right? So just in time doesn't exist anymore. What is important now is that you have a supply base which can cater to those flexibilities of changing SKUs. At the same time, you do not want to overstock, So you want your supply base inherently to be able to be agile to shift to these changes. So that's why I may have a very different take from a distribution optimization point of view, or maybe a last mile delivery. That will eventually would be a hygiene factor for any manufacturing company. Right? Maybe Zepto and Blinkit is something really overrated in the current world, where you're really looking forward to only FMCG products. You do like you. I don't know how many of you have been ordering your air conditioners or maybe refrigerators from Blinkit. Right? We still walk into retail stores, right? Or maybe or we walk to the retail stores, we make a comparison, and then we buy online, right? Just from a cost perspective. Okay, so that's but the HVAC industry, which is majorly B2B, B2C as well, and even if you see in US, except India, right? Zepto, Blinkit doesn't exist anymore, right? They still have they have their food deliveries barely there by 30 minutes, and they do not rely at any kind of this e-commerce companies. So, I would say still challenging from a yeah.
So, sorry, I didn't catch your name. Jatin. Jatin, a very good question. I'll come in because this is something that we do day in and day out, right? Please sit. So see, guys, Blinkit and Zepto are here. While yes, there are definite, and she pointed out a very smart thing that, in a country where ambulance takes 20 minutes is a good time actually. उससे भी ज़्यादा लगता है हमारे पास Zepto and Blinkit come to us in 2 to 3 minutes. Now, let's understand why did that happen, right? We are a very densely populated country, and Blinkit and Zeptos of the world are actually capitalizing on that. Why a Blinkit or a Zepto will not work in a European or an American or an Australian sort of a demography? Because they are not as dense as we are. That's one. Right? Number two, if you look at the way in which Blinkit and Zepto have been scaling, the predominant scale is coming in certain parts of the country. They are expanding, they are growing, but the major part of their business continues to happen in certain pockets of the country. While this is not going to stop, it's taken a, when you get into the 0 to 10 and the 10 to 100, and then the journey from 100 automatically is like a multiplier effect. This is going to be there, but what Somali said is absolutely point like it's spot on. There is a definite need that I don't need my air conditioner or I don't need my television to be delivered in 10 minutes. Right? I mean, there will be a day and age where we will see those kind of categories coming in. I mean, for crying out loud, if people are buying ₹1 lakh phone from Blinkit and Zepto, that means जो Blinkit and Zepto use कर रहे हैं, they are willing to get into that kind of a transaction mode to spend that kind of money utilizing that POS. Yeah, so that means even the HVAC industries of the world, they will eventually, in some way or the other, in some form, will get into this. When will that happen? We don't know. However, that being said, what she said is absolutely spot on. I might not need an air conditioner or a television or anything of that category to be delivered in 2 minutes, but I would be happy having it in the next 2 to 4 hours. Think of it as a situation. आप लोग कोई store पे गए, कोई विजय सेल्स या कहीं पे गए, you saw Carrier, you saw certain other, air conditioners, and you say that okay, Carrier is the best. It is. So then you say that okay, I'll probably look for a better price, and I get access to a platform which will not be able to do it in the next 10 minutes, but will of course मेरे को अगर घर पहुंचने में 1 घंटा लगेगा, वो 2 घंटे या 3 घंटे में deliver कर देगा. Would that not make a logical proposition to you, right? So what we did is, as an organization, we did a very deep research on this, and there is a white paper that we've published. If you want to read, go to our website. It's a free for all. You can all read it. And we kind of realized that there is a definite need in the market for this kind of a solution. And we have come up with that kind of a solution. It is live there, and it is being lapped up by what she rightly said is the non-FMCGs of the world. Right? So companies who are in auto spare parts, companies who are in similar kind of industries, companies who are in healthcare, they are looking at these kind of solutions wherein I can create, because see, we as an organization are very deep rooted within India. We cover close to 96-97% of the population. So we utilize our hubs as dark stores wherein these kind of commodities can be stored. And we don't promise a 10-minute delivery. We don't want to do that. That's not what we want to get into. You have Blinkit and Zepto to take care of that part of the market. We want to give you 2 to 4 hour delivery, sustainable. If need be, you can even take the next day. But why are we doing this? Because we know that there is going to be a demand which is going to come in and which is going to be served by companies who are doing something similar. Like for crying out loud, even one of our similar industry organizations, Delivery has got into a similar space. I don't know if you've been reading their whatever they've come up with recently. So they have done the same thing, right? So that kind of tell you that supply chain organization, while Blinkit and Zepto are doing what the Zomatos or the Swiggies of the world did during COVID, they're doing it for FMCG. But any inherently supply chain company is not coming into a 10-minute or a 5-minute delivery game. They want to stick to the sustainable, the robust business which will grow, which actually solves for organizations that you see on stage, right? I mean, if I were to ask Megha today, would you want an Orient switch to be delivered in 10 minutes? She might, but would it be sustainable? I don't think so. That's my perspective, and that's what you should think when you think about how robust our surface network is becoming. Because think of Delhi NCR being able to, and if you have an organization, you being able to provide deliveries in 2 to 4 hours wherever you are for a product that you might end up opening a startup for. So that's my perspective. I don't know if I was able to answer.
So one more thing you have to understand, voice of customer. I'm sure you must have read in your graduate MBA. It's very important to understand voice of customer. And before understanding the voice of customer, you need to understand who is your customer. And before getting influenced by Zepto or Blinkit or Swiggy, Flipkart is more a retailer. They are a retailer. And when I say retailer, who is a retailer? Someone who sells to the end customer is a retailer. So Flipkart is a retailer. That's why they provide next day delivery. They provide 10 minutes delivery. This BBD they give 10 minutes delivery. But is Orient a retailer? No. We are traditional companies because I spent 6 years in Flipkart. When I joined Philips Lighting, I said, what you guys are doing, your supply chain is so inefficient. We are supplying in NDD, STD scenario, and you guys are giving 7 days, 10 days, 12 days SLA. So that's the question I asked my manager, why you guys are doing this? We are so doing well in e-commerce. So he said, you need to first understand the voice of customer, and you first have to understand who is your customer. Now, if you talk about traditional companies, Philips, any FMCG company or any FMCG company, Havels or any other company, if you read about their distribution, how do they do distribution? 80% of their business is general trade, which is through distributor model. So I am a company, I will sell it to the distributor will sell it to the retailer, and customer will buy from the retailer. My responsibility goes the moment I bill it to my distributor, right? So 80% of our distribution is through general trade in almost all FMCG companies, which I can talk about. Almost 10% of the business is, through modern retail, like you have Flipkart or Amazon, or you have other retail formats like you are directly supplying to Mall or Reliance Retail, etc. And then they have their own website. Some sales generate from their own website as well. So we are talking of traditional companies which are not retailers. These are the traditional companies. Their distribution is completely different from what companies like Zepto, Flipkart, Amazon or any other company is doing. So before getting influenced by any other, the kind of deliveries, the kind of supply chain other companies are best practices other companies are doing, it's very important to understand your customer and understand the voice of customer and then take a conscious call.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to add. I saw, as Megha said, right? Customer, what does they want and what are you promising to them? Because Blink and Zapto now promise for 10 minutes. If they don't come in 10 minutes, I'm not happy. Right? So that's the thing. So even that. But if somebody, if Carrier says, okay, I can deliver it to you in 2 days, then you have to adhere to those 2 days. That's the most important thing. First, understanding for the business what they can do and then adhering to that. And that's why the voice of customer becomes very important. What you are promising and what they are telling us whether they can do. So we do a lot of network optimization and everything for the clients, right? Like same thing what Megha was saying, how many NDCs, how many RDCs we should have. The first thing when you go to the sales guy, they'll say, no, I want one day tag to my distributors always, not even knowing what the customer really wants. But when you understanding the cost structure for each company, how much is actually costing you? How many customers really want in one day? If it's maybe 1% customer really want in a one day, but it's costing you maybe 5% of supply chain cost. No, then you take a decision. So I think having those visibility also and cost to serve. So that's how we influence our customer clients, right? Okay, what is your cost to serve? If you want to do one day, yeah, everybody can do one day, but what is the cost to serve that one? Can you will be the margin impact on that? So I think these two things are the important one when you're deciding about the network and where you want to play.
Think, Ravi. Yeah. So, Ravi, very good question. I don't think that the reference will ever stop, right? Because there is a reason why we are also getting into FTAs with these countries that you just mentioned. Rather, we have our own office in Colombo, we have our own office in Dubai, and we see that continuing to grow. When I said India becoming the transshipment hub, what I meant was there are a lot of neighboring countries who stand to gain when they start routing a lot of their commodities via our country. Right? If I were to give you an example, I can't disclose a lot of things here, but there are active conversations that we are having with various countries wherein we know that if we are able to create a solution, and which we will start transitioning towards that era which Dubai lives or GCC is in today. And I'll give you a very simple example. If you look at the supply chain network which is there when you get into Dubai and then try to cover Saudi, Riyadh, and that part of the world, for any cargo to land into Saudi and then get into the last mile or the mid mile bit of it, versus for a cargo to get into Dubai and then get into last mile, you will find Dubai to be cheaper, whereas you would be delivering somewhere in Saudi or Riyadh. So there is a definite ecosystem that has been built around it. And when I said the transshipment dream coming true for India, that is where the whole road network, all of that, kind of, there are various pieces of the puzzle which have to come into play. If they don't come into play, the transshipment dream will always remain a dream for us. And that's where I see that is going to happen. If you were to ask me which are those gateways, which will become the transshipment gateways for our country, Delhi is going to be the first one. Let me tell you that. I can see Gujarat being the second gateway, wherein we'll see a lot of transshipment happening. And the countries who will end up utilizing this a lot will be the likes of Nepal, will be the likes of a little up from that. So that's all that I can say. But yeah, our reliance, to answer your question, Ravi, is not going to reduce because see, let's understand one thing, and that's something which I pick up from what Ajay was mentioning in the initial part of our conversation. We are adapting to a China plus one strategy. Right? So that means China is there, we are somewhere here. So we acknowledge that, we accept it, and we say, hey, this is a good place to be in. We want to go here, but we want to do plus this. So we like where GCC is. We like what Colombo has been able to achieve today. We want to be there, but we want to be there with this. So our reliance to them will not reduce because there's also an aspect of the geographical location of that particular country or continent, right? I can't go beyond Dubai and then enter Europe because there is a certain supply chain that is there and it exists because of the way they are located. Right? Unless something really earth-shattering happens and a meteor hits I don't know, but unless that happens, this is how it is. So what Megha was saying in some part, it's more about collaborating, more about understanding. So in our organizations, you will see, and we do a lot of strategic partnerships. Like in Europe, we partner with La Poste, one of the largest networks in Europe, right? So we don't have a network in Europe, but we have a strategic partner where we know what is the strength that they carry, and I don't think I will ever want to do away with them, because I don't. It's about that zero sum game, right? Do I want to invest the time and effort in creating a network of my own, or rather, I would invest in building the capability and utilize someone else's network which is already established? That's the thought that you should have. That's the thought leadership that people should have. Yeah, that's not.
All of the panelists said that agility is something most of the companies are looking for right now. They are doing it by diversifying value chain, sourcing, and all. As you mentioned, the example of Apple, like they imported 5 years worth of products. So, in case of iPhones, the product life cycle is pretty much similar. Goes with different Apple products, so they can with the better accuracy predict how much they need for the next 5 years of product. But how much agility is really feasible? Like for example, if they were importing finished goods, the current iPhone 17 that is not going to stay for the next 5 years as well. Even if like we are importing some raw materials or maybe OEMs that needs to be assembled in somewhere, and another plant needs to be set up. So how much agility exactly is feasible right now?
Is it working? Yeah. So I'll say maybe I think so. I think definitely agility is needed. Okay. So for different customer segments, the answer would be different. Like we talked about Zepto and Blinkit, they have a customer segment which needs like 10-minute delivery. So for them, 10 minutes is important. So Mali talked about a customer segment which needs a B2B product in 8 to 12 weeks. So like there, your competition is not Zepto and Blinkit, but your competition is other folks. Can they give in a lesser time than 8 to 12 weeks? And this is a real case because Carrier is into a lot of killers. And like would have seen that use Google, Microsoft, everybody, OpenAI, they're investing so much in data centers. Like Google has announced a $10 billion investment in Andhra Pradesh in their biggest ever data center. And they want, and everybody is in that AI race, they want to set up the data center as fast as they can. So they would actually want to have a chiller, which any company which can supply them that chiller at the fastest speed time. Now, of course, in that case, it would not fix, but somebody, of course, who can do it at lesser than 8 to 12 weeks. So that's like a real example of like maybe again, like for a big chiller, which runs like a big data center, the lead time expectations are different, but agility is like needed for everything. I'll take another example from like maybe my industry as well. I think we were supplying a refrigerant to US from, and the cylinder for that was going from India. Carrier was the first one who was able to find out a supplier, develop a supplier. We sent it to US. It went with a 25 and 50% tariff as well. But then we were the first one to get to that, and like for 2 months we were able to get to $40 million of sales revenue. So like even with all the tariffs and all the costs, I think we were able to get to that. So agility definitely makes a sense because that's what you actually need to get into the win in the market. Now, if I go further, like maybe let me ask a question: how many of you use air conditioners at home? Okay, good. So this was my check. Okay. Okay, no, maybe I was checking, okay, everybody is still awake or not. Okay, so people use at home. Okay, so like if I'll take very, very practical examples of what you see. Like, like 40% of the content in an air conditioner for India is still imported. Now, there, if I'm actually 40% dependent on an imported content, then actually I cannot be very, very resilient if I have to compete globally as a country. And that's the big shift that India is seeing. I'll take the example of air conditioning industry, but like the compressor, which is the heart of our air conditioner, the copper tubes, like very, very basic thing, copper tubes we buy for like we buy for air conditioner, we buy them like maybe cabling, it wire cables, everything, and like all the electronics comes through imports. Now, for like to be as a resilient nation and be agile, like there's a very big shift happening in India. And good part for India is that we are actually a growing economy. Like the air conditioners are growing at 18% every year. That's the CAGR for the industry. That we actually localize a lot of that is happening in India. So like that's the air conditioning example. But again, I've seen my clients across like different sectors, like pharmaceutical. Like during COVID, there was a lot of talk that India will not have paracetamol because we are so much dependent on China for the APIs that come in. Like think of it, like we'll not have paracetamol because we are so much dependent on China. So the pharmaceutical industry, they are building a lot of capacity for active pharmaceutical ingredients that we call it. So electronics industry, there's like the next 5 years, I think there would be a very big ecosystem that will get developed. Then China is predominant in solar. There's a very big ecosystem now that is actually getting developed on the solar industry. You talk about the EVs, electric vehicles, very big ecosystem getting developed. So I think for us, like maybe on a cost wise, my personal sense, I think we are still not as good as China. We are like maybe still 15 to 20% ballpark higher than China. But good part for us is that we have a very growing market, and then to drive resiliency and then agility. A lot of these ecosystems from China and other countries are actually shifting to India. And India is doing a very good job on developing these ecosystems, clubbing that with all the work happening on logistics front and building a road and port network that we will actually have a like maybe like I think one of the McKinsey CEOs said that this is not India's decade, but this is India's century. So that's like where the India is heading towards with all the ecosystem actually getting developed in India. Yeah, no, I think very good question, and the honest answer is like how many of you study one day before the exam, and why do you study one day before the exam? That's the resiliency. Okay, that's how resilient we are. Like maybe I think the same is happening with India, by the way. I think till we were not pushed into the corner, we are like waking up. Like we are waking up late, honestly. Like maybe if you look at no, definitely. I think some of this actually take long time, and at least maybe if I have to compare with China, maybe definitely China started on this journey at least 10 years ahead of us. Now we are playing the catch-up role, but we are playing the catch-up role very fast. Now, be it in terms of FTAs, be in terms of developing the manufacturing ecosystem, be it in terms of developing that whole infrastructure, logistics infrastructure. Like yeah, we are playing the catch-up role, and maybe it's getting that urgency given that we see the tariff and everything. But then I think all I see is that actually it is happening at a very fast pace. And now the question comes of agility. that can we do what China did in so many years? Can we do it faster than that? And maybe these are the industries. There would be always new future industries. Like now, AI is the new one. Who takes that front seat? US is a leader. China is actually investing a lot in AI. Like, can India come up with an AI infrastructure on its own? Maybe then there are other industries where China is the leader. Like they are developing the sixth generation aircraft. They are developing airplanes on their own as a competitor to Boeing and Airbus. So both, like every sector would actually get competitive at some point of time. Like for India, we are solving maybe some fundamental or basic problems, but at some stage, I think it will come to that as well.
So it's not like India is completely dependent on US and everything is just going to go back. It's only 18% of total export of India is represented by US. Manufacturing, not the services. Yes, so not the services, manufacturing. I think we are almost out of time. So yeah, it's a good discussion, but yeah, I'll hand over to the.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we draw this remarkable session to a close, it is my privilege on behalf of Opsigma to deliver the vote of thanks for the National Operations Summit 2025. I would like to begin by expressing our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished panelists for their time, wisdom, and thought-provoking insights. Each of you added a unique dimension to today's discussion. Deepak sir, you for setting the tone with your insights on how supply chain shocks and volatility can be countered through strategic initiatives like Gati Shakti, fostering agility and long-term resilience. Sir, we request you to kindly accept this memento as a token of our heartfelt appreciation for your sharing your time and wisdom with us today. Somali ma'am, for underlying the role of technology and diversified supply bases in strengthening forecasting accuracy, building trusted relationships, and ensuring agility amid tariff and demand shocks. Ma'am, we request you to. Thank you so much. Thank you, Megha ma'am, for your practical insights on simplifying supply chain through efficiency, automation, and AI, and for reminding us that resilience comes from creating optimized intelligent ecosystems. And please accept this memento as a symbol of appreciation. Thank you, Ajay sir, for highlighting the need to reimagine low-cost country sourcing and for stressing the importance of understanding and reconfiguring the entire supply chain, including tariff re-engineering. Sir, we invite you to accept this memento as a gesture of our gratitude for enlightening us with your valuable perspective. Thank you, Aditya sir, for emphasizing on predictability, landed cost, and for your optimistic vision of India emerging as a major transshipment hub in the next 2 years. Sir, please accept this memento as a small expression of sincere thanks from the depth of insights you brought to today's panel. A sincere thanks to our moderator for skillfully guiding the conversation and ensuring a balance of perspective and throughout. To the TradeWinds organizing team, thank you all for your efforts behind the scenes. As TradeWinds 2025 continues to celebrate its ideas and define India's trade transformation, may today's discussion inspire us all to think critically, collaborate deeply, and act boldly in shaping the future of global supply chain. Thank you once again and have a wonderful evening ahead.
Namaste and a very good evening. Ya Devi Sarva Bhuteshu Shakti Rupena Sanstita Namastasyai 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 Namo Namah. The eternal presence of Shakti, the power that nurtures, creates and leads, lies within every woman. Carrying that spirit forward, the Women in Management Cell at IIFT Delhi is a student-led initiative committed to fostering dialogue around women in businesses, leadership, and evolving workplace. We strive to build an ecosystem where leadership transcends gender, guided by vision, empathy, and courage. Through our initiatives, we seek to highlight stories of women who challenge conventions, inspire change, and redefine what leadership looks like in today's dynamic world. At WIM, we believe that empowering women to lead fearlessly is not just a moral imperative, it is a strategic necessity for sustainable growth and innovation. Today, as part of TradeWinds 2025, we gather under the overarching theme driving India's trade transformation through global turbulence. In a world marked by shifting geopolitics, rapid digitization, and economic uncertainty, leadership demands not just intelligence, but inclusivity and adaptability. Extending that idea, the National Women's Leadership Summit 2025 focuses on navigating global turbulence with inclusive leadership, India's path ahead. This summit celebrates leaders who bring diverse perspective to the forefront, women who lead with empathy, innovation, and purpose, and who remind us that inclusive leadership is not merely a virtue, but the foundation for resilience in a changing world. It is our honor to welcome a panel of distinguished leaders whose journeys and insights promise to make this conversation truly enriching. Dr. Anubhav Walia, founder and director of Prism World, is a master certified coach, a certified yoga expert, an experienced facilitator, researcher, and leadership mentor who has empowered more than 200,000 professionals across 30 countries through her transformating programs. Her work uniquely blends Eastern wisdom with Western science to cultivate authentic, mindful, and high impact leaders. Dr. Walia has held senior leadership roles with Honeywell and ICICI Bank, a distinguished faculty member at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade Delhi, contributing to executive learning programs. She also made history as the first lady chairperson of ISTD Delhi, promoting inclusivity and innovation in the L&D ecosystem. Her exceptional career has been recognized with numerous honors, including the Economic Times Best L&D Consultant 2025, HR Asia's 50 Under 50 Leaders, BML Munjal Award for Business Excellence, and the Global Femina Entrepreneur Award presented by the Dr. Kalam International Foundation. We welcome you now. Next, we have Dr. Anju Chawla, founder of EQ Advantage, an expert executive and life coach specializing in emotional intelligence and leadership development. With over 20 years of experience, she has empowered leaders across industries to build high performance teams through clarity, resilience, and people skills. Dr. Chawla also serves as visiting faculty at IBS Gurgaon. Her credentials include professional certified coach from ICF, expertise in neuro-linguistic programs, expertise in neuro-linguistic programming and transactional analysis. She has worked with leading organizations such as Yale, Wipro, Accenture, and Times Internet. She is also a mentor to management, engineering, and CA students across India, fostering leadership growth at all levels. Honored to have you, ma'am. Next, we have Avantika Dhingra, ma'am, a visionary leader with over 18 years of experience in human capital strategy and people development. She currently serves as the program lead India at Women Lift Health, advancing gender equity through leadership, development, and the critical intersection of health and women's empowerment. A graduate of Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, Avantika has built impactful programs across sectors, focusing on capacity building and inclusion. Known for her strategic mindset and mentorship, she passionately advocates for women in leadership and fosters environment where creativity and inclusion thrive. It's a pleasure to have you, ma'am. Ms. Harleen Kaur, a chartered accountant and head of finance, HR, and secretarial functions at Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, one of India's premier economic think tanks focused on interdisciplinary research and policy advice in international trade and economic development. With nearly 20 years of extensive experience in financial strategy, risk management, and corporate governance, her expertise plays a pivotal role in shaping ICRIER's mission to influence policy for sustainable growth and global economic integration. We welcome you, ma'am. Now we have Dr. Chandra Rajan, who is a highly respected advocate at the Supreme Court of India, recognized for her profound expertise in international arbitration, negotiation, and legal frameworks governing emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. With over 2 decades of distinguished legal practice, she brings valuable insight into mediation, dispute resolution, and human rights law. And while having a discussion with her earlier, we also got to know she has also been a student of IIFT 2006 batch. Dr. Rajan's seniority and ethical commitment have made her a trusted advisor in government and civil society, where she actively shapes policies that balance innovation and social justice. Her deep legal acumen enriches today's discussion on leadership and gender equity in legal profession. Honored to have you, ma'am. And lastly, today's insightful discussion will be expertly guided and moderated by Ms. Poonam Barua, whose dedication to women's leadership and governance sets the perfect role for this event. A distinguished global business leader, independent board director, economist, and founder and CEO of Forum for Women in Leadership, Will Forum India. Over the past 20 years, she has mentored more than 2,500 women and certified over 350 for corporate boards, passionately promoting inclusive leadership and good governance. Academically accomplished, Ms. Parwa holds a bachelor's degree in economics from Miranda House, CU, and a master's degree from Delhi School of Economics. She has been a lecturer at Ramdas College, Delhi University, a research associate at the Indian Institute of Public Administration, and an adjunct professor at the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, where she was involved during its formative years, an association that she values deeply. Ms. Barua played an instrumental role in preparing the South Asian Free Trade Area Agreement, underscoring her expertise in international trade. She is a Ford Fellow at Johns Hopkins University, a visiting fellow at the Henry L. Stimson Center, and a fellow of the Salzburg Global Corporate Governance Forum. Author of acclaimed book Leadership by Proxy, The Story of Women in Corporate India, she has served as an independent director on 2 publicly listed companies and co-authored the Will KPMG report on balanced boards for good governance. With her unmatched experience and commitment to empower
Response with enthusiastic participation from students across various institutes all over India, bringing fresh and diverse perspectives on women's leadership and empowerment. We are thrilled to announce winners of this year's competition. The first place goes to Vinay Bora from IIFT Delhi. Second place is awarded to Aditi Nainwal from NIP and Vidisha Nainwal from SIBM. The third prize is won by Sanskriti Singh from Tapni. Congratulations to all our winners for the remarkable contributions. Your voices are powerful drivers of change. And now for the very first time, we are excited to launch our magazine, Nazariya. This inaugural edition marks the beginning of what we hope will be a lasting platform to amplify women's voices in management and beyond. We warmly invite all our esteemed panelists to please come forward and join us officially in launching this.
Now we'll request the moderator to start the discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, can you all hear us? Okay, very nice. Okay, so let's thank you all of you. It's such a pleasure to have you all here and thank you for joining us. I'm delighted that many of you have decided to stay for the session. This is your National Summit for Women in Leadership. It's very nice that you have decided to stay because I actually believe that if we can change one mind, that's fine because the one mind we will change will multiply further and change several other minds. And we do need to change the mind. That's important. Not because it's our moral duty, not because it's a noble cause, because it's good economics, it's good business policy, it's good for governance, it's good for profits, it's good for innovation, it's good for wealth creation. It's good to have women's leadership style in the business and the economics and policy and governance. So these are my opening statements. So what we would like to do today with this most accomplished panel, I will just make some opening remarks. You already had my introduction. So one of the key things is that I do value our own academic background, which I think puts a lot of rigor into the work that you do. And this is for all of you students, that the more academic rigor you have, the further it's going to get, not because of the academics, but because of the mindset, the way it wires your mind. The mind is wired totally differently depending upon how much rigor and discipline you put into your work. So we have already been introduced, and it's wonderful for me to come back to the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. I was telling some of your colleagues I used to have a room right up on the second floor, and we were working on the South Asian Free Trade Area, which is SAFTA, and we put in a lot of effort into what I call good regional cooperation, and this was in the early formative years of IIFT. After that, I moved to become the regional director of the Conference Board of New York in India, and that was a huge learning process for me. The Conference Board is dedicated to best business practices, which I've actually not heard of for quite, for most of the career that I had set. Now, when you have best business practices and you're trying to sell ethics and governance and you're trying to sell authenticity and accountability, you find that the room is always full of men because they've been nominated by their companies into the room. I was practically the only woman for about 10 years through most of my conference board meetings because I was the host. And then it occurred to me that that's where I'm going to learn all my networking, how do you do strategy, how do you present yourself, how do you have your executive presence, where do you put your moral compass, how do you make yourself visible, how do you make yourself heard. That's what I learned in those 10 years of sitting in rooms which were full of men. And then I decided, okay, but I don't see any women on top, and that is a major problem. So I decided to start the Forum for Women in Leadership, which has nothing to do with women. It's about leadership. the whole concept of leadership seems to have been hijacked, as if, leadership seems to be something that somebody else is going to define. We are not going to define the leadership and what its content should be. So the idea is to redefine leadership in a way which is inclusive, as you all understand. But for me, inclusion is not the word I'm looking for. It just simply has to be representative. Because you all are MBA students, I think your level is quite high. It has to be representative, the leadership of the market, of the consumers, of the producers, of the investors, and 50% of them are women. Let us not forget, a data point is critical. There are 500 million women in India today. That's 8% of the global population. So Indian women are 8% of the world population. There is no way that either the global economy or the Indian economy is going to progress if you do not include this 8% in your leadership content. So you have to redefine leadership so that it includes this important component of our talent, our skills, our what's the word I want to use? Our, it's more like aura, which actually stands for accomplishment, distinction, stature. I just have a word like aura for that. So that is called, I'm giving you a new word, it's called the gender context of leadership. There has to be a gender context of leadership. Leadership is the same for everybody, but how you manifest it, how I will manifest it, and how somebody else will manifest it, who may be a male in my position, will manifest it differently. It's called the gender context of leadership. So moving on from there, we have a topic today. And as we go along, we will give you some more words that you can use that we have coined. Our topic today, I'm just going to open my book because I need to see the papers to see what is our topic. The topic today is Navigating Global Turbulence and Inclusive Leadership, India's Path Ahead. So the first question is for myself and for all of you, what is global turbulence? What exactly is it? What exactly do we mean by global turbulence? If we don't know what is global turbulence, it will be hard for us to dissect this topic forward. So what I did was I went to the World Economic Forum and I looked at the 10 top risks that global economies face today. To me, that would be a definition of global turbulence. What are the top 10 risks? I'm sure in your own mind it's already going through, but I was surprised to find that actually state-armed conflict is right on top. And the second one would be what we call climate change. But more important than climate, it actually refers to all of the natural resources that are being depleted. The third risk to the global turbulence that we see is due to unemployment and the economic downturn. The fourth global economic risk is social polarization. The fifth one, according to them, is well-being and mental health. The sixth one is AI and its impact. And the seventh one is disinformation and misinformation. So I'm not going through the rest of them, but this is what is causing the global turbulence. I'm an economist, so for me, until I define something, I actually don't know how to approach the topic. So the topic tells us, okay, this is what global turbulence is. We need to mitigate these top 10 risks. All right. How are you going to mitigate them? You will mitigate them, according to our lovely panel, through inclusive leadership. So how does inclusive leadership mitigate these global turbulence risks? And how will it actually give us a roadmap for India's path ahead? I will leave it to our panelists to give us their thoughts, their analysis, and then after that we will come back and open up to questions. Is that all right? Shall we start with you, please? Thank you.
Yes, I'm too much audible. Can I be a little less audible? Somebody? Thank you. What a beautiful context setting. Thank you so much for that. And inclusive leadership. If I have to give my 2 cents on it, I would say inclusive leadership is not about who is heading, who is leading. It is about how is everyone included in that maybe decision making, brainstorming, sharpening of the ideas. And when it is a room full of different people, different mindset, different demography, why not give everyone a chance, and not only an equal chance but an equity chance? One is, I am 5 feet, you are 7 feet. To make me 9 feet, you still give me 3 feet, 2 feet, and the other person you give nothing. But how much does he need? How much do I need? Anyways, so inclusive leadership can be an answer to combat the global turbulence by ensuring our courage to ask, what is it that I'm missing? What is it that I'm missing to ask my people to gather their opinion? And what is it that I can chip in to their opinion? So I think that would how I would like to open it. Sure. If leadership is only about leading, and this is what we think even now, probably we are stagnating ourselves. Today, leadership is more about courage, compassion, competence, self-awareness, and curiosity. So, if I really have to combat the Bani world in today's time, that's the brittle, anxious, non-linear, irritable world, I need to develop my emotional intelligence as well. And who doesn't say that charity begins at home? Anyone who doesn't say that charity begins at home? I'm sure we all have been hearing this, we all have been listening to this. So for me, my home is I, me, myself first. If I can start working on myself, if I can start working on my self-awareness, if I can start working on my unconscious bias, if I can actually start working, listening to others, understand that rather than only talking or speaking, probably that is where leadership will start in today's time. And inclusive would be giving everyone a chance to be heard equally, giving them psychological safety so that none of them feels, hey, I don't have a cushion. Maybe someone has an affinity bias to the other person and I may not be heard to. And that's again, that is what I would like to leave the baton and pass it on to you. Thank you. Am I audible to you? Yeah. So inclusive growth will happen only when of the growth reaches everyone, isn't it? How many of you agree and disagree? Agree. Thank you. So we have global turbulence, which has been defined. Now we have to define what is inclusive growth. Inclusive growth has to reach to the last person in the line. Then only we can say it is inclusive growth. Now it also includes and men both. If you are the head of a panel, people are coming to give you interview and you have to choose one candidate out of the two. And suppose if there is a tie between two candidates, one is male, the other is female, which would you prefer? How would you consider inclusive growth over there? If that is the question to you, one is a male member, the other is a female member who are in tie. Now, how many of you would prefer male? Can you raise your hand? And there is a tie, clear-cut tie. And how many of you will prefer female? Thank you. So this gives me an idea that you believe inclusive, that the best all. That is the idea. Now, to that stage of inclusive growth, what do we need to give to the women who are aspiring for that role or who are trying to come up in their life? We need to, opportunity. Already granted, that is already given.
What else do we need to give them? Anybody? Yes, equal opportunity.
Change opportunity to equal opportunity.
So out of the equal opportunity, they chose female because female are just disadvantageous position. So we want bring them at par. So we need to give them safety. I'm a lawyer. I'll talk about the safety. How do we give them the safety? Do you know there is a law in India which prevents harassment of women at the working place? How many of you are aware of it? Oh, great. Very nice. What does that law say? What does that law say? So nobody knows it. That law says that women must be granted a place to work where they feel safe, without which it not happen. How can it happen? Only if they feel safe, they will come for work, right? So every organization which is having more than 10 employees in their organization, they are bound to have internal complaints. A mandatory requirement as per law. That no, what does that law say? Now, how does that committee is formed by any organization? That committee is formed in the organization by selecting one woman candidate, one woman employee of the organization as a head of the committee. Then there are two other members who are also employee of the organization who are in favor of women empowerment or who have the knowledge or who have the inclination to work for social causes. So they are the another two, and fourth member has to be somebody who's out. In all, there will be minimum 4 people who will be part of the committee, members of the committee. So this is how the committee will be formed. Now, what kind of complaints can that girl or lady who is facing any kind of a sexual harassment can give? It can be a complaint where she feels her dignity at danger, where she feels that she is harassed, she is being remarks by other employees, or she is being deliberately harassed by the management or by any other male member or female member. She can give the complaint, and then within 90 days, the law says that within 90 days, that complaint needs to be disposed of, that complaint needs to be addressed. So the procedure will happen within 90 days. The complaint will be received by the committee in written, and the procedure will happen. The complainant will be called, her testimony will be recorded, and then the other side will be heard. The complaint against whom is filed, the accused person also will be called by the committee. His side of the story also will be heard, and then the committee will prepare a report within 90 days and give it to the management. Then the management will take action against the person who has harassed. So within 60 days, within 2 months, the management has to take action against the person if they find it was a genuine complaint and the woman has been actually harassed. And within 60 days, he will be punished. Either he will be discharged from the duties, or he will be transferred, or some sort of financial punishment would be given, or he will be totally transferred. If the organization is big and there is of transfer, he will be transferred from the job. So this is how the whole mechanism plays. Now what happens if somebody, either the complainant or the person against whom the complaint is filed, is not happy with the outcome, happy with the report? What will happen? Then again there is a system of appeal. So I will not go into that detail, but for understand at this level is this, that there has to be an ICC, International Complaints Committee, within every organization if they are operating in India, and if they have more than 10 employees. I'll take further questions in the next. Yeah.
So here's the thing. So I've been a part of this committee in a large public listed company, and I don't want to go further on it, but I've been through the process as the independent director from outside, the external one. So I know how it works. What I want this group to do is to take women out of the victim bucket. Okay, I don't want to discuss too much about women and how they are victimized at work. I want to discuss about India's path ahead on how, for example, this issue can be resolved by creating a framework wherein this does not happen. It's called change the culture of the organization. And everybody should be accountable for changing the culture of the business or the organization or the entity. That's how we will cross this line, not by putting women in the victimized bucket. We have to put women in the leadership bucket. It's the only way that we can chart India's path ahead. We got to put the legal things in place. We must. That's the framework. Within the framework, women are not victims. Neither the men should think, nor that the women should think like that. It's your turn. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. I thought I'd start with, just giving some hard-hitting facts about where women's leadership lies globally. And hold on to your seats because these numbers are not, they're not great. I don't know if any of you have heard of the Reykjavik Index for Women's Leadership. Oh, wow. When did it? Right. So it was launched in 2000. It was launched in 2018, and it's an index that they do every single year, and they do it with G7 countries. And last year, they also included the Nordic countries in it, right? And essentially, the index measures what is the society's perception of leadership and equity, right? So equality of men and women in leadership. The question that gets asked to these G7 countries and even the Nordic countries is one, which is for each of the sectors, which are 23 sectors, do you think men or women are better suited to leadership positions? So that's the one question that gets asked to them. Now, last year, which is their most recent report, 2024 report, these were the findings, and hold on to your seats. G7 countries have shown absolutely no progress in 6 years, which means that over 6 years, society's perception in some of the most powerful nations in our country have seen absolutely no change in perception of women's leadership. In 2024, which is again last year, there was not only was there no progress, there was a reversal from 30 years of progress. The index was down across the G7 countries and the Nordic countries. This one I found particularly surprising because we're looking at Nordic countries, we're looking at countries like Finland, Iceland, Denmark. They have some of the highest education levels. So you're talking about countries that are doing extremely well on learning outcomes, but their perception on women's leadership is very, very poor. Now, this next one is going to hit you because it hit me. Men are, of course, prejudiced, but the report stated that so are women. So women are also prejudiced against, not prejudiced against, but their views on women's leadership are also prejudiced, similar to men. So both men and women are included in the prejudice. This one was a little bit heartbreaking, the last fact, which is that young people are more prejudiced than their parents. And so all of this only goes to show that something is happening in the world order. And I think we need to pause and we need to take notice and we need to do something about it and we need to do something about it today. Right? The fact that both men and women are not able to understand or acknowledge the role of women in leadership means that this is not a men's issue or a women's issue. This is a societal issue that we're focusing on, right? And that we all have to kind of put our energy behind. And just to kind of talk a little bit about, so what do we do, right? And why is it so important to then talk about inclusive leadership? Because it is this inclusive leadership that helps you challenge some of these prejudices and biases that people come with, right? What does it mean to hold some of these biases a lot of these structural barriers that I think and norms and stereotypes that people come in with. And I think you mentioned this in the beginning, and some of the work that I do as part of Women with Health, one of the core kind of ideas that we're trying to invest in is it doesn't matter who leads, it is how you lead that matters. Right? And that's where issues of, or rather the characteristics of inclusive leadership come in. And what are those characteristics? It's kind of moving a little bit away from these ideas of leading with aggression or leading with dominance to ideas of empathy and compassion and kindness. How many of you here are aware of the ex-New Zealand Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern? Not a name you're familiar with? Yeah, how many of you all here know Trump? Can't hear me? How many of you know Jacinda Ardern? She's the ex-Prime Minister of New Zealand. How many of you know Trump, Donald Trump? All of you. Jacinda Ardern is one of the few female Prime Ministers in the world. And she was the ex-Prime Minister in New Zealand. And one of the things that she retired before her time last year sometime, and one of the things that she was criticized on very frequently is that she was too soft in her leadership style. And I think her response to some of these criticisms was that these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can be strong and you can be empathetic. You can be kind and you can be decisive. And that's inclusive leadership, right? Putting all these things together. And so some of the work that we do, and I think some of you spoke about it, is, what does it mean to create an ecosystem where women feel safe to be able to talk about, their authentic selves, their idea of what does it mean to bring, your style of leadership in. We also talk a lot about creating safe spaces for women, this idea of sisterhood, and creating kind of networks for them, as well as mentorship and sponsorship. I think Poonam was talking about it in the beginning, where she said there just aren't that many role models, that you get to see, and it's a huge issue. Women don't get to see other women in leadership positions. And so I'll stop with that. These were some of my early thoughts.
So very good. I hope I have to wake you all up. So the first thing about the Reykjavik Index is that it doesn't include India, and I have a problem with that. They have so much money. They have so much money for the last 6 years. They keep making the Reykjavik Index of the Nordic countries, and once they'll include Nigeria or something, I have no clue, and I keep raising my hand and saying, how come you don't include India? 8% of the world population, women, 16% of the total world population, that you don't include India. So I would hesitate, if our topic is India's path ahead, I would hesitate to talk about an index which doesn't include us intentionally. I'm just simply saying that as an economist, I just look at the data on the ground and I ask the question, why is my country not being included? I just want an answer, especially since 1/4 of the entire world population, almost 16 to 20%. The second thing that I wanted to point out is that I wrote this report. I've written 15 research reports in a book. In 2013, I wrote this report which is called Differentiating Style of Women in Leadership, that was sponsored by KPMG. So this KPMG report that I wrote was 40 pages long,
And 15 years ago, I've already said what the women bring to the table. Whether it is compassion, whether it is empathy, it doesn't matter. The point is it productive? Is it innovative? Is it wealth creating? Does it increase the productivity of a nation? Only then we need to include these components. Otherwise, to simply say, I'm just giving you all ideas. It's not that the women want to say, be compassionate, be empathetic. For what? For what? The question after that is for what? Because 10 of these global risks can be mitigated with compassion and empathy. That's your answer. Your answer is not that women will bring empathy and compassion. Who cares? Remember one line that I will tell you if you're an MBA student. The business of business is business. Never forget it. Business is not here to sit and do philanthropy. Business is not here to do charity. Business is here to make money. That's it. Now, if you can show them that empathy and compassion will give you money because it's going to mitigate the 10 top risks that I have already pointed out in Turbulence, if you can show them that it is important to have, say, a style of leadership which is collaborative rather than aggressive, it will give you more profits. That's the way you sell it to the community. If you simply say, I want this because it's good or it's a moral compass, I doubt whether business will be inclined. Everybody else might be inclined, but business, because you're all MBA students, I'm trying to teach you how to sell this to your clients, to your customers, to your stakeholders. That's the way to sell it. Next one, please.
Thank you very much. Now taking it over from there and trying to decode further the turbulence that we've already spoken about. Any idea why are we talking about the Indian part ahead? And to you guys, because you guys are the democratic advantage. You are the dividend India has been waiting for. And you know what we're talking about? We're talking about $770 million of pie sitting right there to be paid and to be added. And how do we add in closed rooms like this? We talk about turbulence, as she rightly pointed out, from wars to climatic chaos to AI disruptions of the market fallings now and then, and we're looking for stability in something that we are not even sure. Will my education land me the next best job? Will I have something to take it further and be secured? Whether I'm a man or a woman, and the other things then stand later. But what if I tell you that this chaos has opportunity right there? The table in the global market is moving fast that not only are the seats changing, it is giving you a space to create a new table for yourself. So are you ready for that? Can we take it up from there? So I'll give a very, very practical example about why inclusive leadership. It's not about men and women. We have many organizations that only women led, and we are all 70% in e-career already. It's not women who drive it alone. It's the brain behind it. We had a conversation with the e-commerce giant, and this is a ground level reality. So they had this delivery channel partners who were men and women both. So, when I had a conversation with him, he said, being an executive, Harini, I can tell you, to have women in my workforce, I don't know if it has contributed to my top line or no, but my bottom line have increased considerably. And I asked how to look into not only a man or a woman. That's about having an inclusive workforce, could be beyond gender, could be beyond race, could be beyond many other things. Coming now to what leadership is, So just doing about this SWOT analysis, you're talking about the opportunities, threat, weakness, strengths or whatever, and it's you a leader. That makes you a leader. Anyone? Oh, I made the SWOT chart, ma'am, and I know what the problem is, so I'm a leader. Is it? No, that's just awareness. To know what the potential is. Leaders are the ones who produce outcomes. So whether it's a woman or a man,
If you are in a position outcome, you are a leader. When you see a problem and you get people together, you are a leader. If you are into your WhatsApp group and you know a person or a colleague struggling and you make way for him or you help him connect the dots, you are a leader. In the boardroom, your intern has an excellent idea. You pass the credit. That's not just being nice, it's being a leader. So that's how a leader has no gender attachment. And this is what I think I would rest my thoughts on inclusive leadership. It's only and only as others said, it's all about mindset. So the gender will eventually have improved over time and will improve even further.
Okay, so before we, I'm just letting you all know to, when we finish the last panelist, we'll open it up for questions to all of you. But I do want to say two things on presentation here. Let us not forget that, there is leadership at all levels. The entry level, there's a mid-level, there is the C-suite level, and then there's the board level, because you're in business. So I'm talking about business and MBA students. And the problem is that no matter what you do, no matter what you say, there are only 5% to 6% to 7% to 8% to maybe 12%. You can take it from there, women on boards, and then only maybe 15 to 25% in C-suite. And it has nothing to do with inclusion. It has to do with what's the problem? What is the problem? I'm not even calling it a barrier because I don't understand the meaning of barriers. I'm just one of those people who believe there are no barriers. Okay, crack it, get on. But the important thing is, what is the problem? If the women are equally meritorious, either you say the women are not meritorious, therefore they're not on top. Okay, that I can't accept. But if you tell me that they're meritorious, but there is no equal opportunity, so they're not on top, that I get. But then you have to say it. Companies have to say that the women are not getting equal opportunity. They can't say that they're not good enough for the job. You know what I'm trying to say? So inclusion simply, you just look at the data is all you really need to see. Regarding leadership, I've written this book called Leadership by Proxy. I wrote that in 2015. And I wrote that book for only one reason, just one reason. It's the only book I ever wrote. And I wrote it because every single time I had a couple of scholarships to these international B-schools. Every time I would go to these 6-week programs, 4-week programs, all I would see are books written by men on leadership. Every single book in my curriculum was written by men. That day I decided I'm going to write a book on leadership. Not can I have it all, what are the women, inclusion, no. It's going to be on leadership. There will be a book written by a woman on leadership. You can go to Google, it's very hard to find. And it will be a hard copy, so that it goes into the IIFT library. And the men who are going to study in management, it's actually not a book of fiction or anything, it's classified under management books. So that when you go, say to the IIFT library, I will present one to you, or the India International Center, or any other library, you will go and look for a book on leadership, and there'll be a book on leadership written by a lady. Okay, that is very important to do. If we're going to fix the problem, we have to fix it. We have to get up and we have to write a book on leadership. And we have to say that when all of you go, please pull out this book or don't pull it out, but it should be there in front of you. Every book on leadership cannot be written by men. Who's going to fix it? I'm going to fix it. I'm going to write the book. It's not so easy to write a book, but you got to write it if you got to fix it. So that book is a simple management book. It has nothing to do with women or anything, but it's called Leadership by Proxy for one important reason. Because half of the population is proxying for the other half. Oh, we know what is leadership. We're going to tell you, no, we don't want to know. We don't want to know. You cannot proxy for us. We have our own style of leadership, and we will tell you what it is like. If you want to listen, okay. You don't want to listen, okay. But you cannot tell us, the other half of the population, what leadership is like. We need to tell you also, the other half of the population, what leadership is like. So I will pass on to the next one, please. What I'm trying to say is we got to do something about it. Just simply talking about it is not going to fix the problem. Please.
Interesting insight. In fact, good evening, everyone. After hearing the 5 major elements that we have in our hand, I think I'm going to put it in a very different perspective altogether. Before I start, I think I heard a very great insight that charity begins from home. I heard the statistics number, very interesting insight. And also we're talking about inclusive leadership. And then an interesting element of $770 billion, which is like I think let me take you back 4 decades back. Okay. I'm going to touch the personal and the professional element together so that you understand how are we going to take it forward, because we are talking about future, right? I want to take it back. See, in 1980s, okay, the leadership was more of autocratic and it was more of authority. And why I'm saying that? Because I saw my father, he himself was into a very senior position as a director of finance in DGSMP. And I still very well remember, because every morning we used to have a conversation over a cup of tea. That was a normal way of conversation which we used to have in family. And every time we used to talk about only males, and I hardly heard anyone who talked about a female. There was one lady, he did talk to me that yes, she's heading there, and that's about it. So I could barely sense that only 10% of the women were actually into the corporate role. That was in 1980s. Interestingly, in 80s, Infosys came in. And Infosys changed the narrative of putting the merit system instead of the position system. Okay. Now, once the 80s gone, the 90s era came, and there the liberalization was going on, and a set of globalization was on. Here I will talk about, there are some ladies actually started coming in. These ladies were, Miss Kidwai, then Vishakha Mule, okay. So they, Sheila Dixit, Chief Minister of Delhi. Interestingly, these names started coming in. And I was a part of Lady Shri Ram College. In 90s, I entered. It was headed by Meenakshi Gopinath, another lady. And my major faculties were ladies. It changed my perspective that things are changing. And Lady Shri Ram College was a women college. And I saw a lot of today, currently, female leaders are sitting in a prime position. All right. Now here another insight. The women were also getting an opportunity. And then the 2000 came in. 2000 talked about a very interesting aspect of inclusivity. So it started, coming up. In 2000, everybody see here, everyone is talking about women. Why are we even talking about it? It's a cliche for me, if you'll ask me. We should talk about genders. And let me ask you one question. Do you know how many genders do we have? Can anyone tell me the number? How many genders are we living with? Huh? How many genders, my dear? जो बोलेगा मैं I think उसको chocolate तो मिल दूंगी. I have a chocolate. 6 chocolate. How many genders are there? आप nearest number में बता दो कि मैं chocolate दे दूंगी. Yes sir. सर गूगल ने देख लिया फिर भी आपको मैं दूंगी पक्की बात है. You're coming, my dear. What's your name? 72. Come on. What's your name? Abhimanyu. I think a round of applause for Abhimanyu. Please pass it on from my side. 72. Yeah. If they have yet to get registered, it's currently 72. Right. So thank you so much, Abhimanyu, and I feel that you're lightened up. Important point here is that we talk about inclusive leadership, we need to be including them. Not women only, my dear. Where are we leading to? And let me tell you, in 2010 onwards, when my company Prism came in, I will give you now the different stats. So where I'm going to take it from her. Thank you so much for bringing it. But I don't see, I'm being now from corporate lady to an entrepreneur. When I started trading in 2010, I used to see one female in a group of 10 cohort. 1:9. That used to be the number. It used to pinch me that why women are not coming for any training program, why they have not been nominated, and why they have been trained by male fraternity and why not by female. And that day I took up the challenge, and trust me, today in Prism, in my company, only the female trainers are there who are actually training the entire organization. And what I witnessed over the last 1 decade, the number has changed. It has become 4:1. So I feel proud of that. Okay. What did we do? What did we do now? Important question is, see, we are sitting, all of us here are around 50s, okay? 50 years of age. You're more younger than us, that's okay. I will take a pride that I'm 51. She is 15. So it's 16, but important is, guys, what Herlene was mentioning, 770, billion dollars is lying ahead if we become inclusive. Start involving people. And let me give you one insight here. We train not only women or a men, we train even other genders also. And when we did a critical thinking session, I made a group of female, I made a group of males, I made a group of inclusive. You'll be very shocked. The best result we got it from there, and not from the female and from the male. That day I realized that we have to be giving our ears. That's the important thing. So start listening. So I'm very candid here. My initial narrative for the female used to be, ख्वाबों के फूल झोली में नहीं गिरा करते, वक्त की शाखाओं को हराना होगा, अंधेरों को बुरा कहने से कुछ नहीं होगा, अपने हिस्से का दिया खुद ही जलाना होगा. लेकिन ये मेरा 20 साल पहले का नैरेटिव है लेडीज के लिए. आज की डेट में मैं कहूंगी, कुछ देर की खामोशी है, फिर से शोर आएगा, आपका वक्त आया था, हमारा दौर आएगा. That's what females are all about.
I didn't get much of what you said on the Hindi. I'm very good at Hindi. I can write and speak, but it was very fast, so please excuse me if I didn't get most of it. So here's the thing, I will continue to say that. When you're training for leadership, for women, now I have now certified, I'm a data person. Without any data, I can't move. In God we trust, everybody else, please bring data. So if we have certified 2,500 women in leadership across companies, the question is, where are they today, over say 10 years? I think that is what everybody needs to see over here. When you pass out and you go through leadership training programs, where exactly are you going to be 5 years from now, 6 years from now? What I'm trying to say to you is that the very first question that we ask people who come into training programs, whether it's men or women, for the last 20 years, where do you want to be 5 years from now? That is how you lift the level of the thinker. Most of the time, they don't think about it. They don't even have an answer. My very first session on power of self is, where do you want to be 5 years from now? I get no answers because they never thought about it. That is what you do in leadership. You raise the bar. You raise the level of thinking. So I will give you 3-4 leadership lessons, and then we will open up. Our panel has already spoken. Most important thing, 5-6 leadership lessons. The first one is, keep an open mind. Very, very critical. Don't have a closed mind. Wherever you go, keep your mind open. Okay, it's really critical thinking that makes you a leader. Number 2, have as much knowledge as possible. And I started with rigor, and I'm also ending with rigor. Without knowledge, you're not going to get respect, especially as a woman. Often I go into forums and, I will be the only lady speaker in a glorious meeting. And they say, Madam, spouses ko wahan jana hai. I said, but I'm not the spouse, I'm the speaker. You see what I'm trying to say? Automatically, they assume I am the spouse. Madam, what spouses, they're going for whatever tour. Hey, I'm the speaker. It doesn't occur to them. But I have knowledge. I have got loads of knowledge and accomplishment with books and all, and experience on the ground. So you can't take me lightly. It's very, very important in leadership to put knowledge on the team. And when I start speaking, half the hall will walk out anyway. Because they don't like to have women speaking. Just like here, I have no clue how full your hall may have been during the day. I don't know. But I do see that the hall is quite empty. Was it like this in the morning? I don't know. But it happens to me all the time. Wherever I am, internationally, nationally, I do find that the hall is not interested in a lady speaker. Therefore, knowledge will give you respect. And people will sit. Now they all sit because I've got knowledge, they want to listen to it. The third thing about leadership is that you've got to have conviction. Please do not ever come anywhere near any leadership if you don't have belief and conviction. In anything, it doesn't have to be in yourself, but you've got to have conviction. In anything, the reason is that conviction leads you to vision. Those who don't have vision are called managers. They're going in, they're training people, they're managers, they're creating managers. Managers can never create leaders. Only leaders can create leaders. Those who have treaded the path, those who have led movements, those who have made it to a CEO, those who have made it to a board director are the only ones who can create leaders. Managers who have been training people will create managers. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but I'm giving you my 4 or 5 lessons on leadership. Conviction is key. That's the third one. My third hashtag is conviction. Conviction is key. And conviction also means your vision. You've got to have some vision, either for yourself or somebody else. And so if you dissect conviction, it has confidence, which is a very important part of conviction. The minute you have conviction, you'll be confident. I used to have a lot of youngs when I started women in leadership a long time ago. I used to have these lovely women from the company who come to me and said, Madam, how do you speak like this? How do you speak so confidently? And my answer to them, what would be my answer to them? How do I speak so confidently? My answer to them to be, why don't you speak so confidently? What's your problem? My answer is, why don't you speak like this? And then I will explain to them, why don't you speak like me? Why? Because, hello, because you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the distinction, you don't have the stature, you haven't done your homework. If somebody asks me a question, I will give a 6-hour answer on it. You can't ask me a question that I cannot answer on the topic. But most of all, you can't speak like this because you have these things called barriers. You made your own barriers. I'm a natural. I don't have any barriers. That's what I mean by open mind, which is number 1. I have no barriers. I don't see them. I'm completely colorblind. I only see green light. Therefore, I don't see the red light. It doesn't even exist. I only see orange, which means I'm ready, or I see green. I do not see red lights. I'm totally colorblind. So once you see no red lights, once you go past your barriers, so-called barriers, I don't even have them. And that is the natural state to be. Everybody else is in an unnatural state. Okay, so the fourth thing was about confidence and how you can speak like that. I'll just give you 2 more. The fourth one is networking and visibility. You've got to have networks. It's very important if you want to get anywhere to have networks. And network doesn't mean you have to go and socialize. Now all socializing is done on the social media. You just have to be there all the time. Get your LinkedIn profile made. Get it done. Talk to people about it. Put up your ideas. Let people see your ideas. Get visible and get heard. That's networking. When you get visible and you get heard. And finally, treasure all your friends. Treasure your community, treasure them. They will be standing behind you like gold when nobody else is standing behind you. I benefited immensely from keeping gold, people near me who will always stand by me. And I think that that's very important. I'm going to open it up now. These are my 5 lessons of leadership in a very broad sense. We will open it up to questions. Would you like to please ask the panel? Thank you. Sure.
So I heard a very interesting line, that is, you conviction in your vision, and then only confidence comes in. So to have conviction, what do? I'll give you a Mool mantra. From the EI background, that is emotional intelligence background, I often tell people that just like sales or marketing has touch points, will you agree with me? For any product, be it good or service, you have touch points. Similarly, to have that in the leadership, you have human touch points, the being touch points, and those are P. P for praise. Praise yourself, praise others. A. A for acknowledge. You don't really have to take care of the perfection, even excellence or a small moment also can be acknowledged for yourself, for the other. Third, respect. Respect yourself, respect the other. And fourth, which is last but not the least, that is have the environment of trust. You need to trust yourself and you need to build that environment of trust in the others so that all of you can really be inclusive. And as the panelists have already stated, that we need to have each other's back. To have inclusive leadership, we need to have each other's back with psychological safety, and part is the cheat code to build that human touch points. Thank you so much.
Hello. Firstly, thank you to all the panelists. Thank you for sharing your pearls of wisdom with us. My question is to you, Dr. Chawla. So you talk about emotional intelligence and EQ. So any person, be it a male or a female, but especially for females, it comes off as being more empathetic, they're being soft. But if they're being more assertive, they can tend to be unlikable at times. So how do a person, it can be gender neutral also, balances this not being very assertive but not being very soft and still maintain that authenticity?
Lucky. I must acknowledge that this particular line is doing quite many reels these days. And here I would say my answer in black and white, because I would like to answer things in black and white. And my answer in black and white is, please work on your unconscious bias. If you are calling empathetic as A for women and assertive for B as women, whereas you are calling empathetic for A as the other gender, maybe empathetic as B for the other gender, and assertive as A for the other gender, you really need to check what are your unconscious biases. And I don't say that if you get to know about your unconscious bias, they'll vanish. No, they won't. It is just like now you know that there is a lizard behind the curtain. Has it vanished? No, it hasn't vanished. But now at least you know that it is there, so you would manage it. You would not ruffle the curtain so that it falls off. Similarly, when you get to know your unconscious bias, you'll be able to manage it if you really have the intention. If the intention is only to tease, if the intention is only to pinpoint, put someone else in the blame frame, then I'm sorry, nobody can help you. But if you really want to help it, check on your unconscious bias. I hope that gives you a perspective. Thank you.
Yes, could we get a question? Thank you.
My question to you is, you talked about that how there are some global economic issues that can be solved through inclusion. So my question to you is, there is always this notion that is talked within these schools and within jobs about income inequality. So what are your thoughts of how inclusion can be a diversifying factor that can help us through this barrier or challenge? How the inclusion can help us get past to this barrier or challenge?
I know that poverty is one of the major challenges that our country faces in global economic issues.
So I'm trying to help you. Instead of answering your question, I'm giving you homework to do. So that's what a teacher does. That's what a leader does. They say, all right, go to your homework, and these are the questions you need to ask. First one, what is the level of inequality in this country? I won't answer them for you, you do your homework. What is the poverty line? How is it defined in this country? Okay, how many people are below the poverty line? Number 3, what is the per capita income? What is the per capita income in this country? And I'm just trying to say it's approximately $200,000 a year. You know, in the United States, it is something like $40,000 a year, or approximately like that. So what is the inequality level? So before you fix a problem, you have to define the problem. So when you say inequality, what is the inequality you want to fix? So let us assume that the inequality we want to fix is the following. We would like to raise the per capita income, say from 200,000 to X amount, whatever it may be. Number 2, the people below the poverty line, whether it's 40% of the population, whether it's 30% of the population, we need to make it as low as, say, 10% of the population. Okay, who are below the poverty line. The poverty line is usually described by the number of calories that a person is able to consume in a day. And if they're consuming less than the required, they're below the poverty line. But I forgot the first one. So once you define the inequality, how will inclusive leadership help? So in this case, the most important thing are the women, okay? The women, the labor force participation in India is approximately the lowest in the world, lowest. Okay, so let us say it's 20%, or 16%, or even 21%. It's extremely low. So first of all, we need to get a higher level of labor force participation of women. 1. Number 2, why is the participation, I want inclusive, so I want to talk about the women. Why is the labor force participation of women low? Anybody? Why is the labor force participation low? What's the problem? Why are we the lowest in the world, please? But, okay, so I'm going to raise your bar. My whole job is to raise the bar. I like your question, but I'm going to raise it for you, okay? Because they are unpaid. So they are in the labor force, but they're unpaid. Okay, fine. But considering that it's called the informal sector. So let us take the informal sector and even say that, okay, no problem. Let us make it from 20 to say 30. Okay, no problem. But why is the labor participation low? Even though it is paid or unpaid, why is it low? I'm going to raise your bar. That's my job. To make you think differently and to think ahead. So let me tell you, there's something called the care economy or the purple economy. Go and Google it after this conversation. Because if I don't give you new ideas, if I don't give you new words, what are you going to do? There is something called the care economy, which is also called the purple economy. The care economy is a parallel economy of unpaid women workers who have got burdens at home to care for the children and the elderly, specifically the children and the elderly. And they're not paid for it. Okay, that's the care economy. If we added the care economy to the GDP, it would go up by about 100 times more. For those of you who are doing business, they should know this is called opportunity cost. What is it called? Opportunity cost. Those of you that be in economics will know. The opportunity cost of not using this resource is the loss of value, which is called opportunity cost. So I'm just trying to tell you, please go and study the care economy. The labor participation rate in India is low because we have a huge, huge parallel care economy that nobody is willing to pay for. Nobody. And I personally have written very recently a report, which I will share with you anytime you ask. It is called Women, Boards and ESG. That was my latest report written last year, where I've touched upon the care economy and I've said this should be a board agenda. India will only fix this problem if the corporate sector, I don't know about the government, but they can't leverage the government. This is a business school. If only the private companies would get up and make ESG and the care economy a board agenda and make sure that the board decides that we have to pay unpaid women for the work that they do on care. That's one way. I'm on the second part of our topic, India's path ahead. If I don't give you the path ahead, then I'm not doing justice to this topic. Anybody else wants to add? So talking about inequality and stuff, but like we tell you, being an HR head in their career, where every year we have appraisals, it has nothing to do with gender. We first thing we check what is the replacement cost of this candidate sitting here with this kind of experience. So you're not just competing on gender, you're competing with the people in the same gender that you are today. So even I qualified as CA in 2004, and in 2025, I did my CPA in US. After 2 decades, I got back to books, only to re-qualify so that I stay in the race. And I am not easily replaceable. So in case you do not want to fall into that category of income inequality, you have to keep rising. Right? So now leadership is no longer a ladder that you climb. It's basically a web that you build. Right? It's about the connections that you connect right from the office boy to the intern and to the CEO, because that office boy is going to get your file moved up to that CEO level, and that's how you will get the chair there. And that's where you need to work. So your competition is with your own self of what you were last year versus what you are. When I started my first job, after just qualifying in 2002, and I mean, with all due respect and to people here with the class, I first worked with a Banya organization. And when, I'm so sorry about that. Please excuse me. But then it was so, and then he interviewed me and he said, Karim, we don't do charity. We do hardcore business. If you are not giving me 3 times of what I pay you, you are out. If you are in a government organization, back then, the idea was for every 1 rupee you pay, 50 paisa ka kaam diya, bahut hai. You've justified. MNCs, maybe 1 is to 2. For every 1 rupee, you're supposed to give 2 back. But in these private sectors, which is today also the major rulers of our country, if you do not give them 3 back, so irrespective of the category and class and grade or gender that you come from, doesn't matter. You're going to be out. And then there is no income, forget about income inequality. Okay.
Thank you so much.
It's so hard to convince everyone that inclusive leadership will lead to a higher GDP. It's very hard. I'm trying to make your case. I'm trying to make your case to show that it will lower inequality, it will lower the poverty line, it will lower increase the participation. It's very hard. I can keep on making this case over and over again and spend 5-6 hours, but until I get all of your minds convinced that inclusive leadership will lead to higher GDP, you're not convinced. I don't have a path ahead. I got to convince you in the 2 hours that we have. We got to convince you. Yes, the next question, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
This is such a bright audience. All of you are asking such bright questions. If I didn't have my data, I wouldn't be able to answer a single one.
Good evening to the panel. I'm Gaurav Gautam from flagship this. So I want to put up a question to the panel that what's the one most important thing that judiciary, executive, and legislature could take to include more women in the leadership? Just the one more important step that the 3 organs of the government can do. I'm saying what's the one important step that the legislature executive.
What is legislature?
The lawmaking government.
Lawmaking. Yeah. So what is the one step that the lawmaking regulatory authorities need to take?
And the executive and the judiciary.
The 4 pillars of democracy. Take in order to get
more women in the leadership
nice.
position.
What a beautiful question. We'll start from there. Thank you for your question. Much appreciated.
Interestingly, I will not put it to the judiciary. Because I'll give you from the corporate perspective, and everything boils down to the leadership. So there are a lot of initiatives which I have seen in the corporate where they have made it a mandatory that in X X number of people cohort, there has to be a female. So I'll give you a very practical example here. When we were doing a project with Bosch, you'll be very surprised that at that particular time, I'm talking about in 2000, the workforce was 100 to 1. So in 100 men, only one female was working. So there was an initiative which came from the top leadership. This is, okay, let's start working and getting more women in the group, and there we need to have 1 in 10. And today they're actually sitting in big numbers with females are working. So again, I will say going back to the old school of thought is the charity begins from home. I think somewhere deep down the line in a day-to-day conversation we need to have this, that yes, it's not only about the male but also the women has to be a part of every aspect that we are doing. So that's my say. Maybe
You really think a policy can get a woman inclusive? You really think so?
I think that that's what I'm.
All right, so it's the culture. Okay, when I'm talking to you, to everyone here, we all are assets of the future India. Okay, we are the returns that we are waiting for. It's about how we would like to see the woman next to me or my own daughter to be in tomorrow's world. If an asset is untapped, it becomes a dead asset and a liability soon. If I'm not educating, if I am not pushing them to work, to be a part of it. The very fact that the government is taking a free education to girls is a step already there. How you further take it is the culture that you will build to take this forward. I do want to focus a little bit on, because I think we spoke a little bit about barriers and also overcoming those barriers, and I think it's kind of connecting it back to the care economy, is that a lot of women today are not able to show up to workplaces for various reasons, right? One, that they have to take care of sick people in their households, their children, their parents-in-laws, right? So they have a lot of care work. A lot of the women often miss out on post-pregnancy. So you go on a pregnancy break, and then you have to come back. You either don't have that job, you don't have it, at the same pay scale, and frankly, you've lost out on any kind of opportunity for promotion, right? The third kind of barrier that women face is that of mobility, right? So a lot of women are not able to safely move out of their homes because our public infrastructure doesn't account for it, right? And so I would say in terms of policies, there are lots of things that organizations can do, that policymakers can do in terms of just looking at some of your internal policies and seeing, can we create maybe more flexible working hours for women, right? Is there a way that the women who are returning mothers, for instance, is there a way that I can have a conversation with them where they can have flexible hours? Frankly, have crash facilities, right, in workspaces. I don't know how many of our organizations have facilities. It's not a thing, but it should be mandatory to have crash facilities. And essentially look at inclusive policies, right? Whether it's even creating mentorship programs, sponsorships for women, right? Creating more leadership development programs for women. But all of this to say that women, for various reasons, are at a disadvantage. And so I do institutions, policymakers need to account for some of those structural barriers that women have to face and make sure that the policies account for it through these various things. Right?
Thank you. This is really a very nice question, but it deals with, very good question, but it deals with the people's will. Basically, it hits upon the people's will. And the legislature definitely cannot govern people's will. What it can govern is people's rights. What it can give it to us is policies. Correct? So, government can provide the facility to protect their rights, but it is ultimately the people's will, whether they want to get into the mainstream workforce or they want to stay back home. I give you an example. I have a maid at home, and she suddenly stopped coming. I asked her, "आप काम पे क्यों नहीं आए?" She said, "मेरे husband ने मना कर दिया." I said, "But you said that you need money. your children are going to school, you need money. नहीं, मेरे हस्बैंड ने मना किया, वो मेरे मालिक हैं, वो मेरे को जो बोलेंगे मुझे करना है. So that Malik word, that still persists in our society. It is basically a cultural issue. I give you another example. There was one lady who came to me for some case, domestic violence case, and she was hit by her husband. So she said वो repeatedly मारते रहते हैं, पीछे भी मारा था, शादी हुई थी तब भी मारा था, फिर सुधर गया, फिर उसने मेरे को घर लेके गया, सब ठीक है. I said, but then first time when he raised his hand upon you, why didn't you come to us? Why didn't you go to the police? He said, नहीं, कैसे जाए? वो तो मेरा husband है, वो मेरा मालिक है. So this is a basic societal issue. Society में हमारे ये ingrained है अच्छे से कि जो औरत है वो सिर्फ husband के या in-laws के कहने पे चलेगी. I have seen many cases wherein girls are MBA, girls are doctors, girls are very highly educated in other fields, but they are sitting at home. As she mentioned very rightly that there is a care economy, the huge care economy. But has anyone ever estimated how much the care economy is swallowing this kind of a workforce, which is otherwise useful, but is not coming into the mainstream workforce because of some or the other barrier is there. So it is basically happening because it is a people's will, free will. Now what government can do? Government can provide the safety, which I talked about earlier. So if there is a workplace safety, then the women can feel safe to go out and work. And even the in-laws will encourage. For example, if there is a job of a professor in a university, so we will say, okay, beta, job, काम करो. Because there is no risk. But if there is a job of a bus driver, let us say, so the family will say, no, ये लड़कों का काम है. So it is a society का जो system का issue है, it is that issue. I'll give you another example. I was in Vienna. So from Vienna city to the airport is around half an hour or so. It was night 11:30. I was scared myself. I thought, I don't know how will I travel to the airport 11:30. And surprisingly, the bus in which I entered, there was a female driver. And in those countries, there is no conductor, only the bus driver. They only give you the ticket and they will only facilitate all the services. So she was a lady driver. She was so confident. No red flags, nothing. She came just like a boy comes. Came and she started counting the passengers, giving the tickets and everything happened so smoothly as if there is no problem at all. So the question is, can in India that happen? It cannot, because safety standards are low. So government can give you safety, the government can give you policy, it can give you some sort of reservations. Schools may, kisi apne departments may, they can give some reservations, but it is ultimately the people's free will which can actually help with this. So there is no specific legislation, but whatever the government has done, it is, I would say as a lawyer, it is not up to the mark. It is not as expected. And especially in proportion to the women workforce that we have, we need to change. Thank you.
So gentlemen, if you're expecting an answer in black and white to your question, probably you'll be disappointed, as you already heard all of us. Because the mentality here is rules are meant to be broken. So probably rules cannot do much about it, but certainly forming the processes by the people who have intention. So who are these people? These are the people who may be running the organization. For example, I'm a facilitator, so I have to travel all over India. I used to refuse many assignments earlier because of the flight timings or maybe traveling by train, etc. But now, of late, what I have observed is from the past 10 to 12 years, these corporates themselves make arrangement of the logistics that the trainer doesn't feel like, oh, it is an alien world to be traveling. So I recall my travel from here to Bhubaneswar airport and then 4 hours journey by car to Barbil, a place where, I mean, a journey which was full of jerks, which was full of so many potholes. However, and it was a highway, but What was my security and safety? The company sent car. There was a panic button. Everything was shared, alternative numbers taken, etc. So again, now at least I can try and answer you black and white. If there are people, if there are more change agents like you and us, we can build on systems. And if there are systems, as one of the esteemed panelists said, if then the alliances, because still we need to accept something, and the acceptance is we still are allowed, right? So, but then that allowed thing can taper down only if the systems are made sturdy for us to travel, work, make decisions just as freely as any other gender. I hope that gives you some perspective. Thank you.
So India's path ahead. We've got to have a blueprint. We can't speak in esoterics. It's not possible. Every day is important, especially in the life of a country. And all of you are our succession plan. You all are our Gen Z, millennials, whatever you want to call yourself. I don't really know your ages. But here's the thing. If I don't give you a blueprint in these 2 hours, you don't have a blueprint. So let us start with, and therefore numbers are very important. So all I can do is give you numbers and say, can you please target this? It's up to you because it's only a 2-hour session. If I had another 2 hours, I would make a blueprint for you. So let us say, in the judiciary, is it possible to say we would like to have 30% women judges? Is it possible?
It's not always possible, but you can have guidelines.
So shall we have a guideline? All right. I'm just saying, let's take the judiciary. I'm only going to give you targets because that's the way a path ahead is made. You first put the numbers and then you work backwards on how you're going to get it. So let us say 30% of the women in the judiciary should be, judges should be there. Okay. How are we going to get it? You call me for the next session, we will do it. I'm just saying, it's not so easy. It's hard work to tell you how to do it. The second thing is, as far as our parliament is concerned, we have only 11% women. I am totally for reservation of women for parliament. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm an economist. We don't make value judgments. We say it's critical. It's critical to sustaining a good parliament where 50% of the women in the country are women. Can we have at least 20%? Can we have 25%? Can we have 30%? Can we? We must. There's no can be. We must. 11% is the lowest in the world. Okay, so I'm on your legislature and executive. We've got to put a number there, and it can't be say, the government saying we're going to have it until 2037. Today, I need it now. I need it for my country now. It's very important. That's the parliament, and that's your includes your legislature, the legislative assembly. I think we should have a minimum of 25 to 30, which is for most reasonable countries over the world. And then finally the executive. Okay, I don't really know what you mean by the executive, but I will take the executive to mean the private sector. Is that what you mean, executive? Do you have you want to describe the executive?
Basically, both the bureaucracy and the private sector.
Correct. So the bureaucracy and the private sector to me are so I will start with the private sector first. On November 8th, we will be doing, for example, the Bill Board certification for women online. I will take the first step and certify the women for boards. Okay, I'm not going to wait for anybody. I keep on writing that you should have more women on board, but you will have it only if I certify them. They can't pay 80,000 rupees and 1 lakh rupees to go to the Indian School of Business and the IODs and the KPMGs and pay that kind of money. I have to give them the certification at no cost and no access. We will give them certification. We will make sure that the numbers on the boards change. You got to put numbers is what I'm trying to say. For me, data is everything. You put the numbers and then you work backwards and you make a blueprint and you make a plan. But please put the numbers. We want 30% women in the judiciary. We want 30% women in parliament. That's and we want in the corporate sector, I just want to tell you, SEBI has said You know what is SEBI? Correct. People are very smart. You would have passed the cat awards. SEBI has said that there should be one independent woman director on the board. You know that, a public listed company. Okay. There are more than 800 companies. Please know I'm on record that have not put a woman director on the board, and they're paying the penalty for the past 6 years. They don't mind paying the penalty, but they won't put a woman on the board. What is it called? What is this called? There's a word I coined for it. What's it called? It's called. Why don't they put a woman? They'd rather pay the penalty, but they won't put a woman on the board. The top Nifties and the top BSEs, 800 companies. Actually, in my book, I've written 100 companies that are not doing it. I didn't have space to write all the others. It's called trust deficit. It's called trust deficit. If you don't have the right words, you will not be able to make your case. There is a trust deficit for putting women on board. They would rather pay the penalty than put a woman on the board because they don't trust her. They don't trust her. It's perfectly fine. I'm not making a value judgment. You want to trust her, don't. It's up to you. It's up to you. But if that is the case, we should have more quotas on the board. If the trust deficit is going to continue, it's hard to have the quotas on the board also, and the trust deficit continues in the parliament, continues in the judiciary. It's called trust deficit. There's nothing I can do about it, but all of you can. All of you can by changing your mindset. How do you change your mindset? Anybody knows how to change your mindset? There are 2 components. Anybody who says there's a mindset it can't be changed, I don't even know what they're saying. There are 2 components in a mindset. One is called experience, one is called exposure. If you give them a different experience, you give them a different exposure, I will give you 100% of the mindset will change. But if you give them the same experience, the same men panels will come and talk to you about trade. We don't talk, we don't give a different exposure. How will the mindset change? Does that help you? Okay. Next question, anybody? We have maybe about 15 minutes, and we must give space to the panelists to give the concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We talked about that the reason for all these issues are the mental bias and the mindset. And when we compare it to other cultures and other countries, they just start in contrast. But I came across this case of Philippines, the country. During our independence time, the country was at similar level in case of gender equality. But over the years, in current scenario, when we compare it, Philippines has grown a lot, and the gender equality there is fantastic. So it means that it is possible for a country to grow and evolve in such amount of time. So why has some countries managed to do that and not us? What are the reasons and what can we do it? Can you just throw some light on it?
About the Philippines?
I just know that it's an island country, it's quite smaller than us in area. Maybe that can be a
Do you know
reason that.
anything about the structure and their politics?
No, I don't know. That's why I'm
You
asking.
know, because you look at the Philippines. I've actually spent 4 years in the Philippines, just to let you know. It's not that I'm asking because I don't know. I'm asking because I know. And I'm just saying for anybody here who knows the Philippines. Are you only interested in the Philippines or anything else?
No, that was one case I came
Example.
across, and yes, what are the differences why they have managed? If you can tell me, and any other examples.
How do they make the cultural change?
I think her question revolves around the governance. Governance.
Yeah,
right?
how they have managed basically.
The managing.
Because we were on the same level few years back, and now they have grown a lot, and we have.
Yes, there are so many different differences between India and Philippines. Basically, the first is demography. We are such a large country. We have such a wide variety of countries. There's so many languages, so many people. And then the governance is not as easy as the Philippines is. And there are so many other governance issues. There's a safety issue, there's a political issues, there's society issues, there's so many things. I think this is a very broad thing. Can you ask some specific question? It's a very broad thing.
I'll try and help you a little bit. So here's the thing. The Philippines speaks English. Filipinos speak English much like us. I'm trying to tell you how to manage. A, they speak English. So most of the university people are competing with our huge English schools. They're completely working on outsourced work. The Philippines is a back office, just like India is for the United States. As you know, Philippines is a colony of the United States. Most countries, Romania, Bulgaria, EU countries, APAC countries, all of them who are doing well are doing it because they have been outsourced the work and they're doing it nicely. I'm just saying. And India, so the problem is that, and they're technically very good, not only in the Philippines, but most of the APAC and most of the EU countries. So, one of the things is that the government is fairly liberalized compared to ours. I'm just saying, study it. Go on Google and please study that their governments are very liberalized when it comes to work rights for companies to come in and so on. And that is why it's very easy for them. In India, we go to lowest FDI levels, foreign direct investment is very low. Hardly any companies have come to India. Now we're trying to go backwards to Swadeshi. I'm just saying the government in India is unreliable. It's not governance, it's government. The government is unreliable. I think we had our best time in 1991 when the liberalization policy was put forward. And I think if we had continued on the path of that liberalization policy, we would have been giving all of these companies a run for their money, all these countries a run for their money. Unfortunately, we got deviated from the path. I'm giving you a very short ball here because I can't show you a major football if we don't have the time. Think of it along. I'm giving you how to think about it. Think along these lines. I'm not giving anyone an answer. I'm giving you clues on what to look for. Go and study the liberalization of 99 in India. Go and see where we go off the track. Go and see where these companies continue on the track. Go and see why FDI is so low in India. You may get some answers, and it's government. I'm not saying governance because there is a reason. Remember always, 70% of India is owned by families. 70% of Indian companies are family owned. There is no governance. What governance are you going to expect from family owned companies? All the listed companies on the Bombay Stock Exchange, 90% of the value is for family owned business. Whether it's Reliance, whether it's Billard, whether it's quoted for all family owned business. That's why I'm not saying governance. There's no governance applying to them in reality. Okay, very good. Thank you. Anyone wants to say something? Anyone on that side would like to ask a question? Okay. I will now just spend a few minutes. I think we have about 10 minutes. I'm just going to give the panel closing remarks quickly, just 2-3 minutes each. Shall we start from there?
Okay, so the path ahead, I would just say one very important thing is you need to have a daily conversation with whomsoever you are having, right? Ensure that everyone is heard, and you need to ask whose voice we have not heard, because each perspective makes a lot of difference. Second is I would say, a very smart element before becoming a mentor, become a sponsor. Start giving an opportunity and give them the perspective. And the third very important aspect I would say is start involving yourself with your own set of people and start discussing and start shaping them for the future. Because if we will not do it, it will not happen in the future. Because a charity begins from home. It has to start from home. And you know why I'm saying that? I'll give you a very important narrative of my personal life. Till class 12, I was not allowed to wear a cut sleeves at my home. See, it's a cultural. But my father, the day he saw the females in Lady Shriram College wearing all kind of clothes, he changed his mindset. His leadership was changed, and he made me do a lot of things with my sister. So I saw a shift happening from home itself. So I would again say that please do it from your own family rather than start talking about others. And in fact, I would like to add about the Philippines because although you gave very great insight, but to bring it up, a lot of my friends are heading the senior most position, and it's again experience and exposure. What they've experienced in India, they've actually used in a great manner in that country, and that's how that country is flourishing. That's the only answer I can give. Thanks, sir.
The path ahead to the future CEOs and the policymakers sitting here, we need to understand and acknowledge this is not any woman cell or slogan or woman day celebration or hashtags that will get us anywhere. All right, we need to acknowledge the fact that except for producing babies, all roles are very, very easily swappable, right? So the point here is not that you are competing with a lady, but you're complementing and having her so that you can do much better than today what you're doing. As I spoke about the e-giant, the e-commerce giant, and how did he really make a difference to his bottom line just by having a handful of women on his book. Think about it, and good luck to all of you.
Just a couple of things. I think one, I know DEI, which is diversity, equity, inclusion, has become a little bit of a political term more recently, but I would say, as you know, folks who would be part of institutions, frankly running organizations, scrutinize some of the policies and practices and structures that you have in these institutions, right? To think about where is it that women are missing? Are women being represented on decision-making tables, not just on tables, but decision-making tables? Right? Consider some of your policies and think about whether they're actually inclusive, and what are some of the systemic barriers that women actually face, and how can your organizations account for it? I want to just double click on mentorship and sponsorship. It's very important for women to have mentors, to have sponsors, to have role models, just exemplars, right, that they can see and then know for themselves that they can actually be them one of those days. And fourthly, I would say just be open to this idea. I think somebody mentioned it, but the idea of creating networks, but most importantly, safe spaces in those networks, right? I think there's a quote that I read that I just want to end with, which is that, representation in anything is only about opening the doors. But inclusive leadership is about the kind of conversations that will happen in those rooms. So try and keep that in mind as you kind of move along. Thanks.
Thank you. The path ahead is that how do we deal with the trust deficit? How do we remove that trust deficit so that we can not only increase the numbers at the table in the boardroom, but also in the total workforce? So we have to deal with that. Now, to do that, my advice to the men is this, that they have no choice. They have to work. They are expected in our society to be the earning member of the family. So they have to learn to trust the voice of the women in their family. For example, if somebody is marrying and a woman is coming into their family, so they have to learn to listen to that woman. What are her desires? What is her will? If she wants to work or she doesn't want to work, let it be to her free will. Let it be to her choice. If she is able to manage both the things at a time, so she will become someone like us. She will be sitting somewhere as a working woman. And if she is willing to sit at home, you have to honor that as well, because then it will be a part of the care economy. Right? So this is my advice to them, but my advice to the women is that you must raise your voice. Learn to understand what opportunities you are getting. Learn to appreciate those opportunities. Learn to exploit those opportunities which come to your way. For example, you have passed the CAT examination. You have joined this institute. So there will be many other students, women students, who have not passed their CAT because they couldn't join this. They couldn't come in that rank. So you are not only, if you are sitting at home and not working, you are not only wasting your own time and money, you are also using the opportunity cost which that other woman has lost because she was not in the rank, because you came in the rank. So it's something the society is giving you. It is something that is a very valuable opportunity that you are getting because of your talent. So you should also be able to voice your own will,
own, you should know how to get heard in the family. Not violently, maybe politely, maybe kindly. But you have to make your voice heard. You have to speak from the heart, how you feel. And then convince the other family members so that they listen to you and you progress. Thank you.
The path ahead is taking responsibility and ownership, no matter which generation you belong to, because we all are the change agents. If we have to combat what we are facing and if we have to really grow, we need to take the responsibility in our own respective roles, because inclusive leadership is not a title. It is what we do. It is how we do. So I think those are going to be my concluding.
I don't really know how many of you are convinced about inclusive leadership and how we can use it to navigate the global turbulence, which is our topic. And I would like to see some hands on whether you are convinced about inclusive leadership or not. Some hands? Anybody convinced? Okay, very good. Hey. Excellent, excellent. Wonderful, wonderful. Well done. Well done. I'm so impressed with meetings with the poetry. You know, I've asked this question many times as a chair of many conferences. I don't always get the same response. And that's why I got up so that I could see your hands. When I close, for the path ahead, I have only one thing to say. Please, all of you, it's got nothing to do with the women. And I've said this over and over again. Take the women out of the victim bucket. Take the women out of the social bucket. Take the women out of the CSR bucket. Put them in the leadership bucket. Put them in the governance bucket. Put them in the decision-making bucket. It's called the gender governance gap. You got to close the gender. You want to say something? You want to close the gender governance gap. It's got to be closed. That's the only way you're going to make India's path ahead. And if this one sentence can be sliced into so many other sentences, but you've got to close the gender governance gap. Not because it's a good thing to do, because it is critical to the life of this country. I'm going to just read out a small little thing out of my book, which is the prologue, just so that you can get inspired. And before you leave, I don't like the word motivated, but I like the word inspired. So it's a very small little beginning preface. It says, I'm the storm in the teacup. Do you have a story? What motivated you to start the Will Forum and the women's leadership? What was the trigger and what was the inspiration? Do you have any mentors or sponsors? These are the questions that I'm asked all the time. Why did you start the Forum for Women in Leadership? Who was your sponsor? What was the trigger? So here is my answer. I have been asked these questions so many times that I have no clue what even the questions mean. I have no story to tell. I have no motivation and I have no trigger. I have no mentors and I have no sponsors. And I do not know what is the meaning of inspired inspiration. I don't know. But what I do know is that when a good job needs to be done, you just get up and you do it. It's called ethics and it's called accountability. You don't need a story to start. You do not. You can start only for one reason. Because you are passionate about the outcome of what you're going to do. I'm passionate about looking at a country where the women are part of decision making. I don't need a trigger. I'm convinced. You only need to be motivated if you're going to do something bad. You don't need to be motivated to do something good. That's the point I'm trying to make. So the compelling outcome of what you have to do will be your single inspiration. Okay? Now, you have to be your own inspiration, without any barriers, without any negatives, without any helping hands, without any proxy, without any stories. You don't need them. It's not required. Don't look for them.
But here's what you need. You will do it with distinction, with accomplishment, with stature, with courage, with conviction, with purpose and meaningfulness, with passion and with perseveration, with substance and with style, with voice and visibility. Leadership cannot be done by proxy. Leadership has to be authentic and it has to be real. The rest is called clutter, it's called noise. Remove the clutter and find your true self. That is your power of self. You have to be your own inspiration. You have to be your own energy, or else it's not going to work. That is the opening sentence of my book. So I'm a big one for power of self. You have to be your own energy. I'm my own energy. I'm my own inspiration. I don't need anybody. The minute I proxy somebody and say, I need a role model, I need a sponsor, hey, stop, I'm done. I'm totally out of the game. You've got to get up every day. You've got to reboot yourself every single day. If tomorrow you invited me to the meeting, I wouldn't say the same thing. I reboot myself on a daily basis. I have no clue what I'm going to say. I don't know. You have to reboot yourself every single day using your own energy. Leadership by proxy or pinning leadership on somebody else is not going to work. Thank you for inviting us.
On behalf of Women in Management Cell at IIFT, I express our sincere gratitude to all our esteemed panelists and our moderator for their invaluable contributions today. Your insights on leadership, gender equity, organizational transformation, and the intersections of health, law, and international trade have truly enriched our understanding and sparked meaningful dialogue. We also congratulate the winners of our article writing competition and thank all participants for their thoughtful engagement in advancing conversations on women's empowerment in management. A special thanks to the entire organizing team, our partners and attendees whose support made this event and the inaugural launch of Nazariya magazine a success. Together we continue to champion inclusive leadership and drive lasting change in the world of management. Now we would like to present our panelists with a small token of appreciation. First, I invite Ms. Naharjan for the I now invite Dr. Anju Chawla. I now request Ms. Halim. Dr. Anubhav Alia, ma'am, would you kindly accept? I now request Dr. Sandhya. And Avantika.
you.